You know what? I'm beginning not to believe everything. Don't believe everything that comes out of people's mouth when it comes to discussing.
The question.
She escaped from North Korea. Trust me.
I'm beginning not to believe anything the West says. They've given her enough money to talk nonsense.
I wouldn't believe anything.
I want to go there myself.
But then you again on TikTok, you look at, you say about North, and then you see like he's basically trying to make North Korea more Western, so his people don't want to leave.
Yeah.
So he's basically you look at like Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi for example, portrayed as being this, portrayed as being that. You know,
we would have had such a different world if they would have still been alive. We would have had
100%, 100%, and that's why they got took out, because they needed to destabilize the Middle East for their final gain of whatever.
We need to think about this thing. Two things before I leave, I'm going to say. First of all, we need to look at our currency. Our currency, if you get a £20 note and you get £20 worth of gold, you burn both of them, the gold will survive, right? Our currency is backed by nothing.
It's got it's just an IOU.
Yeah,
it's just an IOU.
And it says it on the note. Secondly, as a humanitarian, as an individual who who loves the world and loves many shades of black and every other color that is out there, as a humanitarian, I would say if you were bleeding, I mean, if you needed an organ, if you needed a transplant, and if it comes from black, white, Asian, Chinese, anything, right, any color, are you going to reject that? Are you going to say, listen, I need it because I want to live? Why is it a compromise on that point in your life? So rather than looking at the future, I may need it, why not just treat each other decently now, so then we can grow and come up with better solution, better working, better mechanics for the planet.
We need to put things in place so this can't keep happening. I've lived this life like so long. I've heard the same things again and again and again in this country. At least 3 times in my life. Like, it is so hurtful. It makes you disloyal. It doesn't make you feel welcome. It makes me want to dream of something else and getting away from here. If I'm like, let's just imagine my kids and my kids' kids. Is this going to keep going? Every generation you don't belong. We're not all the same.
Exactly. A lot of people say Islam this, Islam that. I follow Islam. One of the biggest things in Islam is that we don't believe in something called riba, which is interest. Why we don't believe in interest is because it makes the rich richer and the poor poorer. So that's what part of Islam is abolishing interest. If you borrow money, you give the same amount of money back. You look after your neighbors like Bible and everyone else. So for you to scrutinize any religion, whether it's Christianity, Judaism, Islam, or any other religion, you need to know the religion, look into it. Why is there something like that?
It's not even like looking into the religion though, because all religions have been changed by the powerful over the years. You know what I mean? Like Julius Caesar changed it to bend his will. Then Henry VIII changed it so he could get a divorce. You know, all religions have been twisted by the powerful.
But people need to look into it themselves to make sense of it themselves.
But nobody's listen, let's be realistic now. The last 30 years, come on, Islam has been demonized. Let's be realistic. It's not just been demonized. Anyone that even hears about it is like, takes a deep breath.
It's religion. Stop thinking the Muslims have got the big angle on it. Oh, we've been punished so much.
I'm not saying that.
Listen, I'm Germanic. I'm Germanic and I'm a redhead with freckles. Don't talk to me about being penalised and put down. I'm the smallest minority in the country. They make food up about me. Ginger nuts. I walk down the supermarket and they get ginger nuts, third aisle on the left.
I'm sorry, but I'll let Muslims in here, I'll let black people here, I'm not having a
gingers.
I'll see you later, mate.
Let the gingers in.
Darksea is definitely...
Gingers are out.
The religion, it's religion.
Mate, I'm demonstrating.
Look, I like you. Let me speak. I like you all. You seem to be really good, genuine people, right? But when you talk about religion, you just pumping yourself up.
You've got to respect people saying something. Don't let me talk about religion. There's prevent. My kids go to school and they're getting monitored.
Shouting at me won't make me understand you any better, my dear. Shouting at me will
I don't mean to shout.
I understand.
It's just my loud voice.
I can feel your pain, but empathy is going to be, it has to be felt. So yeah, Darksea is onto something there. The gingers have had it hard over the years.
We are,
The comedians have had their
It's quite hard. Religion touches a lot of people's feelings, doesn't it, religion?
when they were slaves.
Religion.
They were.
Bring your voice from my coast. I can't hear you.
I was just saying, I remember when the gingers were in the concentration camps and the gingers were on the
Hey, you!
The Great Ginger Revolt.
Yeah, I remember that kid on YouTube who said gingers are human. Stop.
Hey, have you seen the King of Predator Planet? Have you seen who rules Predator Planet? Remember, just look back through history. Alright? It's the reason why they put redheads down. It's one of the most powerful genetic. Just hope you haven't got any redhead ancestry.
My son's red-headed and my wife.
Oh, well, that's alright. You know where it's coming from. Wait till one turns up and you both got black hair.
I kick them on a daily basis.
I destroyed my family and I was only 18 weeks old.
Wow.
Temper.
Where's that red-haired little shit? You didn't know my grandfather. I've got a red-haired grandfather. Nobody knew about him. So, yes, grandfather's revenge. So that's just it. When you get yourselves on a religious argument, just know where you are, folks. You've been
Just
manipulated.
remember them poor ginger people. All right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
just you remember me. You remember Bobby Boy.
Listen, if it doesn't affect you, mate, I could absolutely respect why you don't understand it. I can respect that. If it doesn't affect you, I can understand it. Gingerhood doesn't affect me, so I'm trying to understand.
Gingerhoods are like the Optimus Prime of people.
Andy, my life's on YouTube.
They can tolerate more pain. In fact, they're genetically
Right, guys,
linked
I'm
to
going to have to
albino.
jump off. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys. You know,
You have a ginger albino.
Guys, just to give you a warning, hang on, guys. Everyone should know that you are literally live on YouTube on my podcast right now.
Ace,
I've
follow
been
through.
there before, man.
Yeah,
Everyone be nice to the ginger people, please.
always.
Yes.
We don't want to get them angry because you know what's going to happen. It's going to be You've seen them knocking their buildings down and getting really angry. I'm like,
I'm demanding a homeland. We should have a homeland. We are genetically secular group.
I have got the
Absolutely.
right
Much right
I want
to a homeland.
peace with the gingers. I don't know when I would need them.
We should have one.
The moment of rage.
We'll let the blonde heads in as well. They're all right because they're
Oh
like
my God.
diluted.
It's Israel all over again. What are you doing?
Are they a second class?
Talking about it's a great idea. Can I get some support? Can we get some support? Cash App available
This is fair, so we support you.
Can you get the melanated crew in as well, please? Like, don't keep it just white. I can colour
Right,
my
guys,
hair
I'm going
red.
to have to get off. It's been a pleasure, as always. And
You take care, man.
Take care, mate.
Cheers, bye.
Take care. Oh.
I was glad to kind of break that drama because it is a drama, folks, when you get wrapped up in religious connotation. It really is. And not to steal the light from the host, but he does a brilliant job of demonstrating that to us all. You just got to stick around for long enough. Sometimes it's a bit of a rocky ride. And I thought, where's he letting him go here? You can't. But he does. It kind of... So, yeah, I am aware that I kind of stepped in there at the end. At my expense, I'm not called Bob.
You haven't said
I
that,
often
mate. You
backseat,
wasn't
but I'm not called Bob.
religious.
But I am genuinely a natural redhead who pulls off being blonde. So, you know,
I'm
I've had
sorry.
to
The
hide.
only way I need evidence.
Yeah, we need to see the rug.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can
He's a strawberry
He
blonde.
say.
yes, I'm a strawberry blonde.
Does the rug match the carpet? That's what we want to know. Does the
You're not-
rug match the carpet?
Exactly.
I've told you, under the surface,
Get a picture
I
in.
am a redhead, sir. Okay, I'm not prepared to get my monkey out on webcam for anybody. Okay, I might give you a flash of armpit if you're really lucky.
Oh, no, that's all right. No sweating Bettys today, thank you very much. All right, let's get a new voice into the chat. Let's see who we've got. Izu. Loading in. Welcome to the chat.
How you doing, Andy? Alright.
Yeah, not bad, my friend, not bad.
Fucking knacking, my legs are aching over on me because I got a treadmill a few days ago. We're on that for about 40 odd minutes yesterday. I'm fucking knackered. My legs are killing me.
I've got a wheelbarrow and 4-ton truck if you're interested.
Hello, you young lads. My name's Scarlett. I'm Scarlett's grandpa. I just want to say, back in my days, you know, I've got a whole lot of wisdom to give to you young lads here.
Oh. So
Let's
you
go, but go
we had
ahead.
a young lady in that had a lot of wisdom, and
Yeah, I'm
it
Scarlett's
all went a bit
grandpa.
pear-shaped.
I'm ready to give you a whole lot of wisdom, yeah.
Oh, good. So you've been following the general conversation. It's about Britain and...
Anyway, hi, sorry, I'm just joking. My name is Scarlett. I'm just, this is just my grandpa. He's just like the twin of me. I look exactly like him, minus the facial hair, and like 50 years younger.
So what are we going to do about this country and the situation it's in then?
To be honest, I think a lot of us, I think politicians are a lot of gobshites that chat so much shit and like pit us against each other to make us think, you know, distract us with things going on in the world and politics rather than actually fix the issues in the country. We have got wealth, we have got money, the UK is sitting on coffers of money, right? And they're just purposely choosing not to invest in services, resources, areas, okay, purposely depriving certain areas and then saying, oh, we're going to do a bit of this for you and we're going to do a bit of that for you. So, you know, when, you know, you have your MP that's, you know, campaigning for your Prime Minister, whoever. And they're acting like they're doing something for you, but they're literally, there's money they're sitting on. They're just intentionally just not using it in the UK and they're wasting it on a whole bunch of nonsense. Like some of the stupid things I can think of, like Bojo spent like millions of pounds on a water cannon for London, which was not used for shit. Like, during COVID, money was spent on contracts. Like, imagine you and I, right? Public money, right? Public spending money. And you want to get the best, like, cost because it's public money, right? But you're giving it to your mate for mate's rate, but it's not really mate's rate. You're just giving it to your mate.
Yeah, well, we all know that they've got their, you know, like Mr. Sunak's wife at the moment. You know, I don't know if it's 100% true, but there's a rumour going around that she's got big shares in this new pipeline that's going to be.
Her dad has. Her dad.
Yeah. She's got shares in some like nursery thing. It's like
and shares in oil.
What I don't understand is why don't they get prosecuted? They've literally killed so many people. Why? But they keep prosecuting. Remember them lads that jumped on them statues in central London? They wanted to set up a whole new law to prosecute them. Why are they getting away with this?
Well, that's the thing. I think as the public, we're not really. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, you know, when you apply for a job, right? Have you guys ever ticked a box where it says, "Do you have to declare any conflict of interest?" Like, as in you're like sister, relative, or wife, or husband, or I'm like, why do MPs not do this? Surely everything they do is a conflict of interest, and we need someone that's impartial, that hasn't got any vested outside interests in other things and has only interest for the 100%. UK public and the UK money and UK resources.
How do we vote people in that have other interests? Like, they've got lobbyists giving them thousands, but they're here standing in front of us telling us, oh, they're going to make sure we've got the youth clubs, but they've got other agendas. They're literally not going to do nothing for us.
They haven't got the national interest in mind. They've got the corporate interest in mind.
Yeah, they've got Colgate. Colgate's telling them, oh, bring down the prices or take that chemical,
make it national interest. And their job is to do the national interest. We pay them 80 grand plus expenses to do a job for the national interest, and it's good money, and they get tax breaks, and they get expenses, and they're buying second and third. They're taking them right, Mick, with expenses. They're robbing us. There's contracts with kickbacks, which is when they overinflate the price of a contract, like the girl said earlier, trying to get the best value for the people. They're not trying to do that. They have contracts with overinflated prices, like extortionate prices for contracts. Then some of the money comes as a kickback to the guy who authorized the deal in the parliament, you know what I mean? So the guy who's in parliament who also organised the deal gets a kickback, but he gets it on the QT. He gets it through a route that won't be detected by us, but he still gets it.
I'm just reading this.
Hang on a minute. We have 650 politicians in this country, all on an £84,000 a year wage. Yeah. Now, last year they gave themselves £71 million bonus. So us taxpayers ended up paying our government officials £78 million. And I'm not even going on about the meals we pay for, the holidays that we pay for, the second house that we pay for. If they have one house, we pay for that. And if they get a second house, we pay for that as well.
Childcare, kids clubs. I can go on. Like, I can really go on. Kids clubs, second hand. What else do they get? They get events. They get to go out to dinner for free. They get to go to shows. Think of everything that you can think of. Think of any dream that you can have. Disneyland. Where do you want to take your kids? They get all of that on us.
Yep.
And guess what? They turned us towards
they
the
get their
vote last
corporate
year.
kickbacks and their corporate interests as well, right? And that's the conflict of interest right there, because that's not the national interest. We pay them to do the national interest, and we pay them well to do the national interest, and they still want to get more. So the first rule we've got to impose is that conflict of interest has got to go. You're either a public sector worker, therefore you're a public servant, or you're in the private sector. But you can't have both.
They should have MPs that come from the private sector. I understand. They make money, their businesses, but
I don't think so. The public
if we vote in them in, they should actually have our words in their mouth. They should
I
actually
wanted to start one of those petitions, you know, that the government have to debate if it gets enough signatures. I wanted to actually start one of those petitions to say politicians, MPs should not be applying for roles in the UK, like as MPs and prime ministers, if they've got a conflict of interest, which you know, and they'd have to debate it. I think it's on gov.uk, petition.gov.uk. And if it gets enough signatures, they have to debate it. Obviously, they're going to argue, say, "Oh no, we're, you know."
Yeah, but have you seen their debates? When it's something to debate about us, 3 people will turn up. And when it's a debate about their bonuses and their wages, it's packed.
Rammed to the brim.
Jam-packed.
Can I also, onto how much they all make, just as a little also kind of sprinkling of you know, somewhat income, I consider it just another kind of fuck you to the country. Every time one of them goes to one of they don't even need to say anything, just turning up to the debates when they all get together or whatever, they get 300 odd quid for just going to the meet as well, you know. And you know, it might not sound like a lot considering how much they make, but there's a lot of people in the country who, you know, they have their own flat, they have their own bills for pay, and they're only making 300 odd quid a week, and that's their weekly.
£300 for turning up on my job each day.
For a meeting at the end of school.
Oh, well done for turning up, Andy. It's £300.
Exactly. They don't need to say anything. They don't need to properly contribute or anything. They just turn up and they get 300 odd quid.
Have a little nap. How many have we seen of them asleep in Parliament?
But they've got people running the system. They've got LBC turning the crowd. Have you heard them in the morning? They turn the whole society to what they want to hear. Now it's immigration. The next one's going to be that. And anything to turn them away from really what's happening. Anything. Everybody's there to turn them away.
It's just smoke and mirrors. You see it all the time. Like, you see all the hype with what was happening with Ukraine and Russia, and then straight away it was like no one was buying it, so they were like, oh shit, we need to do something else. It's just distractions for what's really going on behind closed doors, and the puppet masters that are pulling the strings of all these people. Because let's face it, like, you know, the picture of Klaus Schwab that was up, like, it's people like him that if you ask the majority of people who he is, they're like, well, I ain't got a clue, like, couldn't tell you. You know, they don't know, they don't care, they've got blinkers on, they're just, like, mulling along through life and just, you know, just existing. And the minute that you get people that sort of step outside the box and sort of try and give them a shake and say, can't you see that this is happening? You're called crazy or a tinfoil hatter, or you've been abducted by aliens or whatever. And these words were created to divide people, to make people, again, it goes back to the whole division thing. You can't say one thing because you're called something else, and then if you don't say another thing, you're called something else. And if you do say so, it's just back and forth constantly. You're never gonna find an equal ground until you cancel out all the evil people that are doing shit that the normal people can't see.
And I think this is what, like, you know, all these like petty arguments about, like, we want to blame it on like little things here and there, like let's blame it on immigration, let's blame it on this, let's blame it on that. But it's all a distraction tactic for the BS that they're doing. These politicians, it's all like they're making us hit one another against like ethnic people versus black people versus white people. Like literally, we need to like.
Stop falling for that for once. Like, stop for once. Like,
red people don't.
I'm an ethnic person. I was born in the UK, but I'm not Caucasian. I'm like, but born and raised in the UK. Yeah, I'm British. Yeah, born and raised in the UK. But like, I just, and I won't go too much into my work, but like, I do a lot for the UK and a lot for the UK public, right? I work in the public sector, and I just think like, and most British people are great and amazing. I've had very rare like bad racist experiences, and I think like it's the media and our politicians that fearmonger and make us hate one another. Like, there was the Armistice Day protest. I went to the protest in London, and I was respectful. There were veterans that were there, and we were respectful and whatever. If anything, the people that were disrespectful were, if the far right, they went and clashed around the Cenotaph and
wanted to get to it though, and the police were stopping them. And I think that was another design. Why are you stopping British people? We weren't there to smash it up. We just wanted to stand around it for the day. But
well, I will say on that front, this is from so my dad is a copper. He was in London on the day when it was all happening, and I don't live with my dad. I'm not down there, but well, if the accent didn't give it away, but me, I speak to my dad about stuff like that. My dad said the only reason nothing, because all right, fair enough. The people who went to the actual protests for the Palestine, whatever, there was loads of them, and all right, there were some people who were there, they were sound, and there were some people who were there, they got rowdy, caused a scene, but it's been perceived all over the media and whatever that the police basically did nothing. Had the police done something, London would be on fire because it would have been riots, it would have been smashed up. But so what it is, there's cameras all over London, and all these people who were causing problems, they're all over the camera. So now, this is what he said. Now CID and all that lot are just going to these people's houses now and getting them up one by one instead of going grabbing them in a crowd and making a big kind of commotion about it. They're just going to their houses and getting them one by one. So I mean, they could have probably done more on the day. Fair enough, but
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, like, it's all a fear-mongering tactic. It's all a division tactic. We all should be respectful of one another. We're all humans. We're all, British citizens, and we all want the best for the public. Like, I feel like really frustrated in some of the things I do that I'm limited in what I can do for the, in the public sector I can work in. And it's a shame because it's things that are not in our power. Like it's not in the public hands. It's in these politicians.
It is.
But it is.
Holland have shown us the way. Holland have just gone and changed their whole parliament because the people wanted change. A lot of countries around the world. Look at Poland, for instance. They made the decision not to let this wave of immigration come and affect their communities and that, and it's worked. They have never had a terrorist attack in their country. Their crime rate hasn't gone through the roof. Knife crime isn't rampant on their streets because they stopped it before it happened.
Yeah.
It's the same. Sorry, it's the same as that the scene in the Ants film where he's talking to his hierarchy and he throws the one acorn at him and. Did that hurt? No. Then he throws another. No. And then he smashes them all at him. And it's basically, if one person stands up, it's not going to do a lot. But if millions of us stand up and we're to all march, they're outnumbered 1,000 to 1. The police can't handle it. The army can't handle it. That's what they keep everyone dormant through fear. If you don't pay this, you're going to get this fine. If you don't pay... It is all to do with fear, and people are scared of what's going to happen. If everyone just woke up one day and said, fuck this, I ain't going to work, I ain't paying taxes anymore. You want that building built, you build it yourself. You want that done, you do it yourself. And the country would just collapse. But
it hurts your family, it hurts your way of life. I would love to do that. I'd love to turn around and say, you know, I'm not going to work no more. I'm never going to job. But how do I feed my kids? You know?
And it goes back to what you said about the hunting thing. Obviously, you can see from my profile picture that I'm holding a fish. You give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. You give him a rod, he'll eat for a lifetime.
Exactly.
And it's basic things like that. You said about the hunting, and should this be? Yes, it should, but unfortunately, you've got too many woke lefties that are like, oh, the deer's like, oh my god, and
deer hunting should be okay, but the problem is if we like all go deer hunting, then we could end up causing like an extinction. So it needs to be done in a balanced way.
They do it in America.
Yeah, but they do it in America where you can only hunt for a certain amount of time in the year, and then you hunt, you freeze it, you make your sausages, you make your you basically live a self-sufficient life.
True.
And more and more people are so dependent on the system. They're like, oh shit, if my electric goes out, what am I going to do? Like like the generation today, like I've got a 5-year-old son, and I swear down now, I'm training him to be the new John Connor. He's going to rise and lead the resistance. But he knows how to fish. He knows how to shoot a gun. He knows how to read a map. He knows how to use a compass. It's basic natural things that kids aren't being taught.
Life skills.
It's just general life skills. I go to his school on a regular basis. His school hates me. And I go there and I'm like, what are you teaching him?
Yeah. No,
you know, are you teaching him this? Are you teaching him that? Because I'm teaching him X, Y, and Z at home, and it's going to contradict what you're teaching him. But I don't want him to be victimised. And even the teacher looked at me and said, "Well, we both know I've got to teach him, you know, the system. You know, I've got to teach him what he needs to get through life and to get through school." I said, "So basically, you're just going to teach him a load of cobswallop for the next 10 years, just so he can leave school for what?"
Okay, I just want to kind of address some of these comments in the, so my parents were immigrants. I'm a product of immigration. I have never been on benefits since the age of 16. Obviously I've been self-sufficient. I've never claimed a day of benefits in my life since the age of 16, and I'm a grand old age of grandpa now. I'm a good old grand, So, but whatever age I am, I've never claimed a day of benefits in my life. And as much as people want to, like, I think this is what I was talking about, the fear mongering, blaming things like on immigrants claiming benefits. A lot of them are working. Like I could talk. All of my relatives, my family are working. Okay, they're either accountants, doctors, businessmen, businesswomen, work in finance. Like they all work, right? None of them. I can think of our parents maybe when they came, they were on like they worked in the industry, like the industry they didn't, like textile and manufacture and stuff, where they needed the workers, the low income workers, and that's why they came to the UK, encouraged by Britain to come to the UK. By the way, they didn't come over on a boat. Britain invited them over, by the way. So, and then obviously at some point when those industries shut down, they did end up on benefits. Myself, and after that, they've educated us. We grew up educated, and all of us have been self-sufficient as adults, and now we take care of our parents and our family. So I think this whole idea of these immigrants, they're coming over, taking, like, it's there are some. Those are probably the ones that haven't had the chance to establish themselves in the system and get educated and whatever. But most of us are actually working. Like the area that I'm from in London, like it's very multicultural. Literally, like I could think of half the girls in the school that I went to that either ended up lawyers, doctors, dentists, accountants, finance, like so much kind of, so many professions. So I think this is a really kind of negative stereotype to have, that we're here to scrounge off benefits. Like I literally, like, even when I was off work for a year, I didn't even claim benefits. I just like found a way to make money, I
explained earlier on, like our government, like the amount of money we gave them alone, the 78 million I talked about with their wages, that covers our benefits. Okay, that would cover the whole of our benefit system. Like, so it's not the benefit system that's the problem. It's the people grabbing all the money at the top. That is the problem, you know. Next year, we're going to have our first trillionaire. Trillionaire. Someone is going to have £1 trillion in their bank account. And why does that person need £1 trillion? Why? You know, what is he going to do with that? That could sustain his family for the rest of...
Probably try and go to the moon like the rest of them do.
Oh, you know, that's another thing about Elon Musk and like all this AI coming out as well.
Yeah, but like I said, this whole thing about pitting us one against one another is a distraction technique to what the politicians are doing. They are doing shady, underhanded things, and they want to blame it on the few. Even if people are benefit scrounging, that's only a small percentage of tax evasion. Is actually the biggest issue of where we're losing money, and those are mostly coming from, you know, the higher.
Aren't they freedom fighters though? You know, if you've got somebody who's frauding the British government out of money through benefit fraud, aren't they actually freedom fighters?
Yeah, or lazy.
Well, yeah. But, you know, it must be hard work. I mean, I'm now on benefits. I'm approaching 60. I'm on benefits. I can't get a dentist. Do you know, I've paid into a system for 40 odd years, and then I can't get a dentist. The healthcare system's now rubbish.
Have you tried a colour wig?
You know.
Yeah, I should do. Yeah, that might work, mightn't it? See, that's just another colour prejudice joke I have to live with. I am thinking about, say, launching, you know, put the red back in the jack. You know, put the red in Union Jack. You know, we are here and we should be recognised. I've got more chance of doing that than I have of getting a dentist on benefits in the UK.
I feel really sad because I think the problem with the dentist is that a lot of them are going into private work, and like what they can make much more money doing private work than NHS work. So that's why there are less and less of them doing like public NHS work, and more of them doing like private work. And it's just ridiculous. Like you're I'm the same. Like you struggle to get a dentist appointment. But yeah, as long as you register with the NHS, are you registered to an NHS dentist?
Yes, I must say I've paid for dentures privately, and it was rubbish. Because I couldn't get on an NHS dentist books. But I go to the NHS dentist, exactly the same dentist, and pay privately. Yeah. I pay, and then you pay, and it's shit. That's what you get, shit. Very expensive shit. And you know, I don't mind paying. I haven't got an issue with paying. I do get good health care isn't free. You know, I've paid into a system. I had to leave Britain for medical care because you couldn't get good quality medical care in Britain. So I lived in Spain for 8-9 years, where I ended up healthier and fitter and coming back than I've ever been. And now I'm just getting worse. It starts again now.
One of my neighbours, he does this. He literally spends half the year in Spain and half the year in the UK.
You can't now. You can't now.
He's living his best.
You will get into problems eventually with it. I have. It's because of we're no longer part of Europe, which again, I can't work this out. What are they talking about? My friends over there who speak a different language are exactly the same as me. We are dealing with this segregation. It is crazy. But yeah, I think the only logical solution for an individual now, I don't know how we jumped onto my dental care so quickly, but for someone in the same situation is to look at going abroad to get decent quality dental work done at a reasonable price. And as a British person, I haven't got a problem with that, mate. I really haven't got a problem. It would be nice if I could actually have what I paid for. Because I was promised good quality dental care in retirement. I haven't even got there to retirement, and I already know that it doesn't exist. And now I've got like about, 5 years, and I've got to get myself into a position where I can afford to pay private for everything. Well, I pay private. I pay private for my medicine. My medical green, I'm not going to say the word, you know what we're talking about, because of the host, I don't want his channel getting blocked, but I have to pay for. I don't get it on prescription. It's not free. You know, I have to pay to go to a private clinic every 3 months, and then I pay for my delivery. I get a delivery, it just comes through the post now, instead of going seeing Brian down at the Winchester, then he turns up in his van. Well, it's his son now who drives for the local courier company. It's the same. It's ridiculous. The corporate body has moved into what they told us was the work of the devil and polluting our children. They're now giving it me in my retirement. If anything, it's showing us that it is definitely corrupt. You're actually all on it. You're finding it a little bit shocking and hard to believe that the UK has been as corrupt as all the other European dodgy things that they've shown. You go on, oh, that minister down there, you know, he's been snorting white powder and it weren't talc. And he's the local mayor of the drug-running police, Guardia Civil. It's been happening in Britain for generations.
Isn't Theresa May's husband like the head?
Yeah. But
biggest factory
has
in
no medical
Europe,
benefit. Under the Misuse of Drugs Act, we can talk about that, can't we? Under the Misuse of Drugs Act, it clearly states of undue side effects. The reasonings are because of the no medical benefits, none, and undue side effects.
They're talking about. None of us are doctors here, okay? I have to say that. This is going on YouTube.
I am. I am. I am a doctor. Yeah, I am a doctor. Yeah, I went to Salford University. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm a doctor as well.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
There you go.
The only thing I would say is just I do agree a lot of people are going to like cheaper like healthcare services overseas because it is much cheaper, but just be wary of like what's offered overseas, because I've been seeing people get shady dental and medical procedures overseas and then botched procedures and then they're coming back to the UK. So just if you're going to do it.
Yeah, well, I am considering a botch procedure. I am considering that, and then coming and paying £1,000. Apparently, if I pay £1,000, I can get a boat from the beach, and they'll bring me across. I'll get an extra 20 grand a year, a new council flat, and my teeth will be sorted out by weekend.
Well, that's the state this country's in, isn't it? He's right, though, isn't he?
Bish bash botch. It's like,
£1,000. Oh.
Sorted. See it, say nothing, sorted.
Oh, Bob's funny. Leave Bob alone. Who's coming for Bob? If you're coming for Bob, you're coming for Scarlett's grandpa.
We just hear it on the tube all the time. See it, say see it, say it, sorted. And I'm like, see it, say nothing, sorted.
That's like train logos. If we see a package, anyone in the chat, that's our logo. Say it, see it, sort it.
Yeah, I really like these kind of interactions and discussions and lives that you guys. I just came across that and I was like, oh, well, this is amazing because, like I said, there's been a lot of heated tension recently, and it's nice to see that. My day-to-day life, everyone's amazing. Like, I can only count in my hand, like, the number of racist experiences I've had. Like, otherwise, everyone else I worked with and people I work are amazing. And the patients I work with and the public are, like, they're just, they're just amazing. So, and I think that's what we need to unite on. Like, and actually sort out our politicians. I'm going to start a petition. They need to do this conflict of interest thing for these politicians. Like, why are they sitting there giving their mates dodgy mates rates for these contracts? Like, I'm a bit concerned about that.
So the rich can get richer and the poor can stay poor.
They're doing a COVID inquiry. And we're going to find out about the outcomes of it at some point. Like, I was disgusted at Boris Johnson's response, how he didn't care if a few people passed away from COVID. But it's like, hold on a second.
Party. He was too drunk to care.
Yeah.
But like, that's the thing. They don't care though, do they? If Boris, like, just looking at Boris Johnson's dad and the way Boris Johnson's dad is and how he looks at people, you can just assume that Boris is going to be exactly the same. They don't care about the percentage of people.
I just don't think they understand. They've never ever been in that situation, have they? They're so
out of touch. Well, just look at Rishi Sunak using a hammer, for fuck's sake. He was using the side of the hammer. I mean, how disconnected from reality are you that you don't know how to use a hammer?
Can I just ask, why is Rishi Sunak's ears so big? On a side note, why is Rishi Sunak's ears so big, by the way? Sorry, that's the one thing that I keep noticing, like his ears.
Related to Ganesh.
That's how his dad used to take him.
Oh, no, guys, let's not go endophobic, please. No. I was just mocking his ears. I was like, it's like that. That's the first thing I notice about him when I see his face, like his ears. They're very prominent and stand out.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, we keep going round in circles. We all know that the 1% are bleeding the rest of us. But we need to, this country is looked upon because, there is a lot of hate for this flag, especially when people come on and they see this lily white face and this flag. Oh, the anger I've received, like people have jumped on and...
You got a skinhead as well.
yeah. Maybe a tattoo on the face,
That's it, the complete back.
Yeah, just a complete...
And a bulldog.
They come in really angry at me and started screaming and shouting at me, and I've been blamed for 300 years of slavery. I've been blamed for the Iraq wars, the Afghanistan wars. You name a war, I've been blamed.
That's not you. That's the politicians, isn't it? Like this is the problem. Like people want to blame the general public, and this is why I make a very big distinction. Like whatever's happened overseas because of our UK military is not because of the public, is because of our government, and even the people that work in the military. I work with people that work in the military, and they're amazing people, and I know they go out there to help people, and I know they're not doing crazy things because, and if some of them, if they have, it's not because of themselves, it's because of our government. Do you know what I mean? So.
But that's why I try. This is basically why I put this flag up now. Like I was going to change my whole podcast, so this is for the podcast, yeah. And I literally done a video saying, should I change it? Because everyone was coming at me, you're EDL, you're this, you're that. But a lot of people come in here, like I say, with anger.
Can I join the EDL?
Discussion.
Can I join the EDL as a brown person?
Yeah, of course you can. It's just...
You're basically villainized for being British. If you're proud to be British and fly the British flag, you're villainized for it by your own people. Like the police will come and take the flag off you and arrest you for flying it, and it's like
they shouldn't.
Why?
He criticised some flags on his street, some P flags on his street, and he got arrested that night. And you've had council evicting people because they refused to remove their St George flag that was flying out the window. It's ridiculous. Yeah. You can't be British in Britain. There's an agenda to destroy national identity.
Or you can't be proud to be British. And I'm not going I see a thing the other day with the Scottish MP, and he was banging on about this person white, this person white, that person white, this person white, and it's just like you can't hear your own sort of racism in your voice. You're victimising them for being white, because it's predominantly a white country.
If I went to Africa and I started walking around the streets going, well, there's too many black people here, Oh, look at your whole leadership. They're all black. Oh, well,
You'd be macheted on the street.
Yeah, I'm going to bring
I
over my
join?
white mates.
I'm a 5'4" short Asian Muslim woman. Can I join the EDL?
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah.
British
Yes.
But this is where people get it twisted. It's like it's not solely for British people. The EDL is for people that want to make England a better place.
Yeah.
But they're just villainised for being racist, and it's like, no, we just want some sort of equal sort of playing field of if they're allowed to be Muslim, you're allowed to be Christian, you're allowed to be gay, you're allowed to be this, you're allowed to be that. Why aren't we allowed to be British?
Yeah, no, if you want to be proud of your heritage, be proud of your heritage. I don't negate that. My only issue with, like, my experience, like, I would say with some of the EDL people that it's just online disagreements, not like in person. I've never interacted with them in person. It's been like they have been like racial slurs thrown towards me because of my ethnicity or religion, and I don't know. It just makes me feel uncomfortable that like I'm being blamed for X, Y, Z. Like I'm not what.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad you brought that up. Let's just twist that round a little bit, and then let's say that the Muslim community stood up and started going after the 1% of the Muslim community that are ruining it for the rest of you. Because there is an element of Muslim people that have got another agenda. So if we were actually to see that your Muslim communities were calling these people out in the streets and actually saying, no, you're not one of us. You don't stand for what our religion believes. You are a bad element of this religion. If we could see that, British people, then we would identify more.
I don't know if you've ever, like, I host lives, by the way. I'm Muslim, and I can say I proudly identify as a proud Muslim. I'm always arguing with Muslim people, like, and by the way, again, these people, these very extreme elements are, like you said, the 1%, because most of them are just living their day-to-day lives, and the ones that I do argue with them, I do cuss them out, I do call them all sorts of nasty things, like, I'm not gonna, I call them, like, you know, I literally call them, like, I tell them to go back to Afghanistan, like, as a brown person, do you know what I mean? Like, if they want to be so rude and insensitive and stuff like that. Do you know what I say this stuff to them, like, and you know, it's just like, so we are doing it, so you might not see it, but there are Muslims, and they are arguing and clashing with these people to put, like, you know, we are doing that. So you might not see it, but we are doing it. And
that's what I mean. We should be seeing it. This is what you should be screaming from the streets. You should be saying, like, come on, we are with you. You know what I mean? Join the EDL. Like, gather up all the good Muslims and join the EDL to say, look, we are with you with this. There is a bad element. There is, you know, the British people were to see that, you would change the narrative. You would change. Oh, hang on a minute. That they're with us, you know what I mean? There is a good, you know.
I cuss so many like people out. Trust me, you should I'm always online effing and jeffing at people for like doing a very warped version of Islam or stuff like that, and I'm just like, it's disgusting. And I do say, like, you know, if this is what you want to practice, well, I'm sorry, we have freedom of choice in the UK, and you can't force your beliefs onto other people. And I do tell people that. I said, as a Muslim, I'm like, I'm like, no, you can't. You know, I know I'm a proud Muslim, but I'm not going to force my religion onto other people. And so I do clash with a lot of people. Do you know what I mean?
Someone's just put here, Muslims joining the EDL. WTF? What's going on? Right, I'll tell you what's going on. If the good Muslims and the EDL were to unite, and then they were to go up and knock on a certain door at a certain number in a certain city and say, look, the British people, Muslims, whites, Christians, Jews, whatever, we are all united right now because you are making a piss poor job of this country. We've got homeless on the streets. We've got one element of people that are coming across on boats that have got another agenda in their hearts. We want to stop our borders. We want to get our homeless off the streets. We want to be able to walk into our jobs with pride, knowing that at the end of the month, you're not going to be bending us over this table and putting things inside us that don't want to be inside us each month. You know, this is just basic human rights that Britain, throughout the ages, has fought for. So we are the next generation to fight for it. And if it's Muslims and Christians have to come together to fight that fight, then so fucking be it. So
you might not see it, but we are, by the way. I do think a majority of the Muslim communities, we are doing things, and you might not realise it. Like, where I live and work, like, you know, there are people have, like, a lot of the, like I said, a lot of the NHS, there are, like...
Oh, we've lost her.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Sorry.
I'll just say... We are, you know, doing things for the community. We are challenging these people. Most of us are like you guys, are living day-to-day life and surviving. Like two of my best friends are Christian, by the way. One of them's Pentecostal, one of them's Greek Orthodox. And you know, we are just normal human beings living. And what you're seeing on the news, like the ones that infuriate you, which also also infuriate me. To be honest, I want to go to Hyde Park, Speaker's Corner, and clash out with some of them. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, so they also infuriate me because of some of their very warped agendas. But I feel like you need to, the same way, like, you know, you don't want people coming to you and assuming you're a racist white person, EDL person. Like, you know, you also need to try and, like, not you specifically, but people also need to understand that there are Muslim people, you know, some of them might wear hijab and niqab, like women that wear niqab. My parents wear hijab. I don't. I show my hair. I don't particularly care. But like that are just people living their day-to-day life, and they're like you, just trying to survive. Like, we're all humans just trying to survive, and we're not here to harm one another. And when we see extreme individuals, I do call them out. I do clash with them. I have called police on people if I've thought they've been a bit suspicious and dodgy. You know, I have called police on people.
Yeah, good. You know, it's just a clash of cultures. It's a clash of, you know, mixed in with a bit of media stirring the pot, and you know, but it just keeps us away from the real gender that are people on the streets. You know, the whole Western, the way we're going at the moment with our young, with a lot of genders and not being able to identify, you know, who or what we are, the rest of the world is looking at us going, they're on the fall. Their empire's falling, you know, and the outside world is, you know, laughing at us a little bit, you know, because we can't get our shit together and we're meant to be the West.
Well, let's hold our politicians accountable. And I think if we hold them accountable, we can start fixing things in the UK rather than sitting there. You know, why are we sending soldiers to Afghanistan for? Why do we need to send them there? Why are we sending soldiers to, or weapons to, like, Israel for? You know, that money that is spent on weapons could have been used on, like you said, people in the UK, our soldiers in the UK, our veterans in the UK. You know.
Because wars make the rich richer. That's why they keep the proxy wars going, all in different countries. War is one of the biggest money makers there is. They sell guns to one side, they sell guns to the other, and then whoever wins, you know, it's how it has been for years and years, well, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. The central banking system and that end of the elite side basically give money to one side, money to the other, and it's like, well, we're going to get paid either way, so fuck it. We'll let them kill each other, and we'll coin in at the end of it.
Or if a country or a nation starts getting its shit together, but there's a little group of people that don't agree, well, let's fund that group, let's arm that group, and then just cause chaos. And, you know, then that region doesn't rise, it doesn't threaten us over here. You know, it's just ego.
Yeah, really.
And that's all it is. It's just our powers to be have got this massive ego and think that they have the right to run humanity.
Yeah.
Guys, can I ask a quick question? Someone keeps commenting vote reform. What does Reform UK actually stand for? Like, I'm gonna
Reform's kind of like a people's party.
Well, yeah, they're a new party, aren't they? And basically, they want to end the immigration thing.
To the mainstream.
Yeah, they're basically, they're going to fight the Conservative. He is an ex-Conservative, but see, like, okay, we vote Reform. Reform comes in, but my problem is that once he sits down in that office and he's like, "Oh, I'm Prime Minister," then the blokes from the back in the suits come out and go, "Well, actually, we run this country. This is the agenda for the next 4 years. This is how it's going to be laid out. This is what you're going to do. This is what you're going to say. This is how it's going to be presented. This element of people here, forget about them." You know what I mean? And then
voting won't make a difference.
Exactly, and that's what I'm worried about. We need someone to turn around to the
They're not going to let go of
man in
this.
black sort of thing and say, actually, Britain's Britain. We're going to shut our borders. We're going to kind of ignore
as much as people hate him. We basically need a Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Well, how about we have what about, it doesn't matter which party comes in, if we had policies in place, like laws in place, whether it's Tories, Reform, Labour, Lib Dems, like surely there should be policies in place to make sure whatever party comes in doesn't take advantage of public spending. I feel like also certain policies that like we have our MPs that are representatives. I feel like we as the public should be able to vote for certain policies. Like, why are we just getting our one representative to like represent, like, let's say a law that's coming into place, and they're having a discussion and debate, and the MPs then vote. But I feel like, yes, the MPs are representative, but I think if we as the public are interested, we should be able to vote for these things as well, surely.
Well, we should just make a law. Once you get into government, there's no inside trading at all from your whole entire family. So your niece can't go buy shares in, a 6-year-old girl can't go buying shares in this. There should be a complete and utter block out of all your financial. The only financial system you should be able to, if we're paying for your free meals and all this, then no bonuses or anything like that should be allowed. I know Donald Trump is doing that in Congress. He said, as soon as I get in power, all this inside trading comes to an end. That is it. I am putting a stop to it.
Guys, I'm just going to have to go because I've got to do a course online. But it was lovely speaking to you. You guys were lovely speaking to everyone here. I hope you sort out your teeth, Bob.
Thank you. I will get there.
All right, guys. All right. Thanks. Nice speaking to you. Bye.
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 Oh, 11:15. We're going strong, guys. We're going strong. Right, man of God, I've seen you've been trying to pipe in and get into the box. Like, no disrespect, mate, but your views will get me banned. You've only just come back from a ban yourself, and this is being streamed live on YouTube as we speak. So we'll keep your crazy views for another day, my friend. Okay? He's got some extreme views about bloodlines and basically
stuff that we're not allowed to say. Basically, it might be true, but
his English is not that good, and the way he puts it across sometimes, it could start World War III. So I think this world's enough stress as it is without adding fuel to the fire right now.
I do find it, just kind of listening and trying to sit back a little bit, and it appears like we still think that the system's broken.
Yeah.
But, it's doing exactly what they want it to do. This is their system. It's not our system. So I don't get how we should leave it to anyone, especially a politician, and even hold them accountable. Hold them accountable for setting up a system that's kept us divided and controlled for generations, and we've done all the work. They've sat around in the ivory tower for years, and we are now, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but we're quite happy to look after them when they're old and need teeth. Then let's sort it out for them. It's not a case of punishing anyone.
£800,000 a year we pay to retired politicians, like that we pay their retirement, 8,000 a year, 800,000 a year.
But it is we pay them, isn't it? I mean, I think we forget that when people turn around and say, like to myself, "Oh, you're on benefits." Well, I paid it.
But when you come to retirement, they're going to tax your retirement.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I paid it. I mean, and look, it's coming. I'm not retired yet. There is a few. I have still got a few words left in me yet, Master. My teeth have fallen out, but I can still work. Do you know? And it is. You look at a Roman slave. Can we say the word slave? Is that all right? But if you look at the deal the Roman slave had, you know, all the housing was paid for, all the clothing was paid for, they got all the food, they got one day off, you know, to go down and watch Christians get eaten by lions and whatever it was at the time, you know. So, yeah, and if they were breeding, they got 2 days off, they even got a day off for breeding. I mean, look at us. We're getting a real bad end of the deal, aren't we, really? We have to pay for everything. Absolutely everything. So maybe you know, we've had a few advances. We've made a few advances.
Do you think that the football stadiums are the modern day coliseums?
I do.
100%.
I do. Yeah, 100%. I do. The similarity is just phenomenal.
Yeah, when you look at an aerial view.
And I mean, there aren't actually. You know, there's no real lions, like as in the furry animal part of the feline species, you know, running around, eating humans, clad in. But there are lions, and they are running around, and they're just like, come on. It is so. You'd have to be foolish not to notice the similarities.
When it was collapsing, they would put a circus on, give free wine and bread so that people were too drunk and full up to remember what was going on in the first place.
What did they do to us again? Exactly. Yeah, of course, it's tactics. It's 100%. They're always tactical. That's what we have to be tactical. We can't be random. We can't be random crowd doing random things. We have to be very tactical in what we do because we have to. It's a chess game, and we're going to have to play a chess game, and that means we can't just go all out. You can't go all out in a chess game. You'll get slaughtered. You know what I mean? So if you play any chess game, start playing chess. This might be actually a good idea because if you play any chess, you go all out and you see what happens. See it on the board first because that's what chess is about. It's a battle simulation. Yeah. And basically, if you run that simulation over and over, you start to learn tactics that work. And then when you take those tactics that work to real life, they work still. And that's what chess is about, really. So we should learn to play chess a bit more just because it's a very tactical game. And in this game, we have to be very tactical because they've got traps set for us. If we do this, they'll snap that. If we do this, we'll... And they have backed off. As he said, they have got a bit scared. They have backed off and they have foiled Klaus's plans. And just keep foiling them. Keep foiling them.
Like this,
That's
what I say. What's going on across UK at the moment, the ULEZ and the fight that's being fought for that. You know, Matt Hardy's a big runner for it, the Blade Runner. Much respect, Matt, if you're watching.
That's right. But the centre of the City of London is separate from London itself because the City of London is a separate country. Even the Queen can't go in without permission, or the King now. But that ULEZ doesn't apply outside that zone. The people who are applying that don't have the jurisdiction to apply ULEZ outside the City of London, which is why the whole of ULEZ in central London is illegal.
Well, they're trying
because outside the City of London,
city as well. So they're trying to turn Oxford into a 15-minute city as well, aren't they? And
Oxford and Cambridge councils are totally bent to the agenda. They're utterly sold out. In fact, replace them if you can. I don't know if you can, but I would replace them. Where is it? Maidstone. They was out in another place. They were confronting the council about their 15-minute city plans, and the council are always just stumped. They just stand there looking at them like they're not doing anything wrong, and it's like you're doing something wrong, and like you're doing something wrong, and you're sitting there with the bare face to deny it like not deny it like verbally, but you're not gonna admit it right then, even though they're standing there, the whole community is standing right in front of you, and you still won't admit it, sort of thing. It's the same thing we saw with the inquiry on Grenfell, when we saw how the councillors, when they were confronted with the angry people, they were just stump faced. They were like just literally like and it shows that when people who are basically being dishonest and illegitimate are called out on their illegitimacy and actions, you know what I mean? And they were scared as well. But, our actions slowly from 2020, like the Facebook war we had in 2020, which they weren't ready for the volume of people that came through on Facebook. And they were washed over like a tsunami. It was just like they had their trolls, but their trolls got shut down so fast. And that was a battle we won. And from there, that push actually started. That push on Facebook actually started waking up the world, because other people, through word of mouth from Facebook, through word of mouth, it spread. And now the EU's waking up to it. America's waking up to what's going on. So it's really great that these things have happened, because the world has woken up to it, and that's half the battle, really. If the world's waking up to it, we're starting to turn a corner because the world's waking up to it.
Yeah,
the European.
I feel like they thought social media was another way of controlling the masses, if they could put the narrative down on the social media. But thank God that other people, a bit like myself, are trying to use it to actually talk about what's going on. I've seen a lot of new British accounts coming up, British flag, and they're all trying to fight the fight, and much respect to everyone that's making a stand. But individually on social media, great. Shout, scream as much as you can, guys, for
The next step is
way of life.
Organizing. The next step is organizing into groups that can then perform movements, like building up our own sort of separate government. Because obviously, essentially, if we do end up, or not we, but if through circumstances the government ends up falling by some other means, we'll still need people to step in to actually take that over. So we need to kind of create a side, almost like a shadow government structure, infrastructure ourselves, our own one that's funded by us. It's not through tax, but through a crowdfunding means or something like that, where we have financial power. We start having financial power. We can buy buildings. We can start having
basic things, doesn't it? Just walking down the street, smiling to your neighbour, actually knowing who your neighbour is. Say hello.
It's difficult in London because it's dangerous to go around getting to know your neighbours.
Well, that's why the cities were built. Pack the cities. You know what I mean? With get people scared to smile, scared to and that's how you control the masses.
Totally. Shaz is on point. Treason. They're absolutely treasonous. They're criminal. It's a criminal cartel. Think of it as a gang that's got hold of the government. Yeah, and now they're operating like a gang, like a cartel, like a mafia. And it's a syndicate, and there's so many in it. Justice is bent. There's no justice because the judges are bought off, because it's all cash. And when you actually learn about maritime law and how it actually works, that really it's all about the money, and you can overrule the court, without a lot of people don't know. You know what I mean? And like you can, if you play it right, you can make the court your own, sort of thing. And obviously, there's a lot of videos on that, on how to do it with Black's Law Dictionary and how the terminology works and what words to say. And
well, like I say, it starts with the small things. Instead of going to I've got a video on my page. I've pinned it at the top. There's this company called UK Meats. Now they deliver, well, they've got loads of different packages, but the one we ordered was a £62 package, and it had loads of meat in it. But for an extra £12, we got a chicken, a big lamp of British beef, and a nice bit of British lamb, all for £12. Now, if I go to the supermarket, I'm paying 70 odd quid for that.
One joint is £12.
Exactly. I am paying a lot of money for that, and that was just what they call it, an add-on. And that's not what came in the main box. And I honestly, guys, this is the kind of companies we need to start going to. We need to start going to our farmers and saying to them, look, set up a farmers market with all your fresh produce. I will start letting the word out. You start going to these farmers. You stay away from incorporated supermarkets. Yeah, it may be a little bit more hassle for you going out, and, but you've got to start making these slow changes. Otherwise, you're just under this corporation umbrella, and we're just going to carry on until basically we're all in 15-minute cities brainwashed.
Exactly. And there's one on TikTok called Lancashire Lamb Pots. They're up in Lancashire, and they're doing lamb boxes and whatnot. But I tell you about the beef. I did a bit of beef, and I did it for about 3 hours on gas 3, and then I did it for 2 hours on gas 5. And it was the softest bit of. It was all brown, but it was the softest bit of beef. The bottom of the beef that had been at the bottom when I ate it, I think the next day or something. It was so soft. It was almost like patty. It wasn't as soft as patty, but it was that soft and tender. The beef was so soft. I really excelled myself. So that's a good formula for beef. Slow and slow for the first bit, because it goes red for a while.
My wife, she put a lump of beef in a slow cooker, put all the gravy, all the veg, and all that. We'd piss off out all day. It'll sit there cooking away for 8 hours. She'll come in, stir it. The meat falls to pieces. It's a beautiful stew, absolute quality. Proper English, British food. Instead of shoving microwave stuff or, some processed burgers, go for the
roasting is the best of the best.
It will make you feel better as well, man. It will make you feel better.
Definitely. That's how to cook meat. Treat the meat right, make it worth its sacrifice, Don't mistreat the meat.
We've got the best farmlands in the world. Our seasons produce some of the best soil farmlands in the world. So if we've got good crops, we feed that to our animals. We've got good meat. This country trusts.
We've got to support our farmers. They're being paid to grow grass instead of crops, and we've got to switch that back.
Yeah.
We've got to suddenly appreciate that we need you, especially now. More than ever. And really, the farmers have been getting robbed for you. I've heard years of supermarkets squeezing farmers for prices, not giving them the right price for the milk. Yet the supermarket's price is radically inflated from the farmer's price. And you could say it's not that you haven't got the room to maneuver. You've got acres to maneuver. Sorry, pun, but I'm always punning. But you've got acres to maneuver, and they could easily give them a better price for the milk, but they just don't. It's pure greed, and it's trying to crush the farmers. Really, it's a slow crushing of farmers from a corporate entity.
And that's why Holland just stood up. Like Holland, I don't know if you saw their farmers. They shut Holland down. All the tractors,
and one farmer got shot.
You named it. They brought it out. They shut Holland down, and then when the government didn't listen, they started taking their big dumper trucks with manure there and started spraying all outside the government, saying, "Look, if we're going to live in shit, so are you."
That was one of the best videos I've seen on the internet for years. And literally, when the shit spreader hit the window and the shutter opened, the crowd all cheered and he reversed back and got it through the window. It was poetic, wasn't it? We are simple people. At the end of the day, if you're listening out there, politician, just lay down. I'll help you. I'll sort the country out. I don't even want paying for it. I just do it out of the goodness of my heart. We can sort out the economical crisis. How long does it take to mature a crop? About 90 to 120 days. Give us 160 days. That gives us a chance to get another plant on the go. We'll sort out We'll sort out the economical problems. We need to license a few individuals which aren't the rich blue bloods. We can't, because that flag with them 2 blue arrows in it looks like another flag which was once invaded. Because to me, that looks like the corporate interest moving in from 4 corners to the heart of England. And trust me, like I say, in my blood, and I had to look into this, because I have got something that just clicks on the inside, and I'm enraged. I become enraged. And I think that's what you're touching on when you say those three lions. And it's not because I don't want to video it and put it on YouTube. I do want to video them and put them on YouTube, but I can't stand there and walk past an injustice. I just can't do it. If it's on my street, if it's you know, and I think that's what it is to be English. It's I'm sure there's other people in far off lands who feel exactly the same thing. It's having that feeling that you are being supported by your fellow peers around you when you stand out against injustice.
Oh.
What we got time? Is it? Yeah, someone in the comments was just saying, atheist. Now, the thing about atheists is, at the end of the day, when the sky starts caving in and the earth starts cracking, all the atheists start praying. So it's like, atheist is a sort of state of denial, right? And the fact of the matter is that there's an objective spirituality that we're going to start learning about, because this is what true spirituality is. It's not religion, because religion is just doctrine of a certain viewpoint. And it doesn't really take the holistic view. So, objective spirituality is where it's at, and that's basically because we all unite at the higher levels. We all become one, and we're all basically fragments of that higher level, experiencing life through our own perspective, and kind of exploring ourselves. That's the whole nature of life and whatnot that goes around it. So, really, when we do to something to another, we do it to ourselves, because at the higher level we're all one. So that's the whole point. Forgetting religion, just the whole point of spirituality is that there is a higher source that we are connected to. I mean, if I'm quite spiritual, I'm psychic as well. I've seen the future. I was going to say it earlier, the one where I've seen a future where I'm going down my road, and there is like loads of Muslims coming up the road, like Sikhs, and and at the time I had the vision, I thought it was the Taliban, because there was a whole Taliban going on thing at the time, a while ago. It was like the 2000s, I think. And I thought it was that, and what it was is I realize now it's probably the time of now when the people start rising up against. The people will start rising up soon. I think next year, because they plan on taking your kids next year. So people are just gonna go off mad about that, because kids are going to go to school and they're not going to come back, and that's sort of what they're going to be facing. And if that happens, they're going to kick off like mega. So I see them come out the road. I thought it was a Taliban, but I think they're actually friendly now. I think they might be trying to help. So that's what I've seen that vision. I know that's going to happen at some point in the future. I'm going to see that. The question is, hopefully, but the world is going to this point. They're pushing us to the point where we either take the ridiculous tyranny they're about to impose on us, or we stand up and unite against it, and we're probably going to unite against it. And that's probably what's going to happen. So probably in the next few years, we'll end up in a civil war. So I suggest people prepare. Unlikely things you might want to need is Geiger counters, because if there is a nuclear incident, you might want to know where the high radiation is and where the low radiation is, and not many people have a Geiger counter, but it might be something to think about getting.
If we get that's the end of this little island.
Yeah, because they got one that they got a blast accelerator, they can hit the ocean, cause a radioactive tsunami, wash across the country. We're done, finished, over. One strike from, you know what I mean? So yeah, true, but at the same time, not everybody needs to get a Geiger counter, but someone in the community needs to get a Geiger counter, right? So like somebody has one, you know what I mean? Because that might just help you survive a bit better in the event of a nuclear strike. It could be a small nuclear strike, because obviously they don't want to destroy the world. If they wanted to destroy the world, they would have done it. So it's likely, because according to the prophecies, England gets its wings clipped, or the lion gets its wings clipped, which means that London's probably going to go. Which means, which actually might, historically, and how the timeline might run, is that if London is nuked, Parliament's gone, ironically, and that might be the catalyst for the break that the people actually need. I'm not trying to advocate, I'm just saying that could potentially
that'd be the end of it. The first nuke that gets fired, like Russia is on like a death
Absolutely, yeah.
So basically, we fire anything at them. They don't need to push a button. Their computer system will pick up that it's a nuclear warhead and automatically just launch all their missiles. It doesn't need anyone to push anything. Their computer reads the missile, reads where it's going to go. It's like, right, it's going to go from Moscow, right, okay, and they will just launch. Boom. And that'll be the end of that. Then the Americans launch. We launch from the RC.
That's the effect in the Terminator scenario.
Yeah, and that's it. And
Nuclear winter for 10 years, no crops, everyone dies of starvation and radiation poisoning.
That's the end of humanity. Goodbye, humanity. You know? Because no one's going to survive the nuclear fallout.
That's why nobody wants to really fire a nuke. They're probably going to fire it conventionally, but they're going to use like hypersonic missiles and hypersonic jets. And
like the Americans just asked Congress for money to build another nuclear missile that's 20 times stronger than anything that Russia have got. Why?
The thing in the South Pole can already destroy the planet by harmonics. It can just rip it apart in half like that crap.
Going about half.
I've got to go, fellas. But I'll be back. Thank you very much indeed. Keep up the great work.
No worries. Take care.
Hasta la vista, Bobby.
He's a great man.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Good sense of humour.
I'm just saying hasta la vista, Bobby, because he said I'll be back. The classic Terminator, man.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll be back. Hasta la vista, Bobby.
We've got another guest in. It's been very quiet. Do you know you're muted? Do you want to join in? You're just sitting in a box? What's going on? I don't know. Don't think she realises, or he realises.
Just the way I made a coffee and coming back, like.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to pop out for a cigarette, so you're going to have to join me, guys. We used to say, you know, the British, we've got a saying for cigarette, haven't we? We're going to pop out for
you can't say that.
No.
You can't say that anymore.
I learned that my first ever live.
Oily rag.
Yeah, I was literally like my first ever live. I was talking to an American bloke, and I went, I'm just going to pop out for and then all of a sudden my live went down, and I was like, what? And it said, you are banned for using, and I appealed against it, and they must have watched my live because it was only about 10 minutes long. And they reinstated me saying, okay, we understand it. You didn't mean that word the way, you know. So, you have to be very clear
that word. Don't use the F word. Don't use the K word. Don't use the N word. You got a whole alphabet of words we can't use. What about the O word?
It's not cigarettes. It's herbal remedies. Not cigarettes. I'm a herbalist. Yeah, I just found out today from my wife that operation's just been moved up.
Back.
I wasn't expecting to have my operation till March, but it looks like it's going to be moved forward quite fast. I must admit, I don't really get nervous about most things, but we started watching that Good Doctor. Have you watched that? Have you seen that, The Good Doctor? It's got an autistic doctor in it. He's absolutely amazing. It's a brilliant show. You should check it out. But basically, he's got autism. And basically, the operation that I've got to have, I watched on there a few weeks ago. So I literally know what they're going to do to me. And I can't get the image out of my head. I can't hear you. I'm really quiet.
Yeah, some pretty wretched shit they have to do to people right now. I mean, there's medicine that can sonically and vibrationally with magnetic. There's the med bed that could easily fix it without doing the same thing, to you. And that's the weird thing that you could just literally probably just create some stem cells. There's also stem cell patches are new, and apparently they're like nicotine patches. You just stick them on, and you get stem cell rejuvenation in your body.
Mexico really big into stem cell research, aren't they? The Mexicans say a lot of UFC fighters go to Mexico to get treatment because the Americans won't give it to them. But there you go. Yeah, they go down for stem cell injections. Like you go on about the med beds and that. So have you heard about Nasara Jasara?
No, what's that? I might have heard of that, but I don't know the name.
Right, so it's all about quantum finance. So basically, what they're saying, the Nasara Jasara will be implemented globally. Everyone will get a universal global credit, so there will be no pounds, no more, no dollar. Everyone will get the same universal money. Every bit of tax that you've ever paid will be paid back to you. 10,000 new technologies will be brought out, like the med beds. So healthcare will be basically no more. Everyone will be able to be in med beds. Also, these technologies that will brought out, humanity won't have to work again. We will just move forward to be better. But all technologies and that are they're all our jobs and that will be taken over by technology. It was actually meant to be implemented April this year. And there's a guy on TikTok who goes on about it a lot.
The quantum financial system you talk about.
Financial system, Nasara Jasara. That was meant to be it. Look it up.
But that sounds awesome. That's a way to cut out the central banking altogether. Yeah. And that's the whole point of it. We've got to cut out this central banking. We don't need central banking. All they've done is rob us for the last, how many years? 500.
That's why they want Russia, though, isn't it? Because Russia keeps saying to them, like, no, I don't want nothing to do with your federal bank. Yeah, and they're like, BRICS. What's going to happen to the West if BRICS really gets a hold of itself?
75% of the world is going BRICS, so that's the projection, is 75% of the world. Now, all that's left will be Australia, Canada, America, and England, and Europe. That's it. After that, that's 25% of the world, and the 70% of the world is going BRICS. So it'll be 75 versus 25. Now, in terms of trading, that means that 75 is going to win every trade. You know what I mean?
So basically, that means for anyone that doesn't understand, America, the UK, and anyone that isn't in BRICS, we now become the third world nations.
Did you hear about France trying to join BRICS with Macron tried to say, oh, can we join BRICS? It's like, no, you're the enemy. You're the worst of the worst. After North Korea, it's France. But, and everyone blames us, but it's like, no, the France were worse. They made us look like angels. I'm Irish, actually. I mean, like, the English blockaded us, but someone said the other day that they were blockaded, but I thought they were afraid of the Ottoman Empire, so they let them through because the Ottomans got through with the food. Because if the Ottomans didn't get through, the Irish would have died out. So they obviously got through, judging by the fact that we still have an Irish people.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, and that's kind of another thing that drives me mad about these lies. Like, you know, our government tarnish us with this. The average person in Afghanistan looks at the average person in England a certain way because of our governments and
the way we look at Jeremy Hunt.
Yeah.
The same way we look at Jeremy Hunt is the way they look at us.
Exactly. You know, it's just, I don't know. I love to see.
It's not our fault, but it's not our fault because we're being blamed for something that they did, and it's like we didn't do that. We didn't have much control over whether they did that or not because, like, the Iraq War was just totally illegal. Like, everyone said, "Oh, don't do it," and they just, "Well, we'll do it anyway." And that's not the whole world was telling them that. Like the big world was telling them that. Never mind the people. They wouldn't listen to the world. They wouldn't listen to us. So they went and did it anyway. So like, we've had a runaway government for quite a while.
Sorry, that ex-American general, he after 9/11 happened, he went to the Pentagon to see if he could help. And he was handed a bit of paper and said, "You won't believe it, we're going to war with Afghanistan." And he was like, "What? Why are we going to war with Afghanistan?" He didn't quite understand it. Anyway, a week later, he went back to the Pentagon and he said to the bloke, "Are we still going to war with Afghanistan?" He said, "Oh, no, it's a lot worse than that." Handed him another bit of paper and had a list of 7 countries that they were going to go to. You're getting comments on YouTube. Oh, I can't watch the YouTube I can't. Sorry, guys, if you're commenting right now, I haven't got my laptop. I can't see what's going on YouTube. So join the TikTok live if you want to know. But yeah, we're live on YouTube at the moment as well, guys. So and you'll be able to re-watch this all again on my YouTube channel, Real Brits, Real Talk. The link on this page, and that's the only time I'm going to plug it. If you want to get involved in the chat, you know what to do. Right. Who am I voting for? I'm going to give. Sorry, go on, bro.
No, go on. You go. I'll wait.
I was just going to say, who I'm going to vote for. I'm going to give Reform the last crack of the whip. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if Reform can make a change. I'm going to see if Reform can tell the WEF and the WHO and all the rest of the elites if they can take a run and jump. If in a year we're still heading down the same road, then I think that we need a mass restart for this country, and we will show the world.
We need to get rid of that establishment. It's dead to us.
Yeah,
it doesn't do anything for us. It doesn't serve us.
No, you're absolutely right,
and mate. You can buy halal meat or normal meat. It doesn't matter. For us, it only matters.
We're still going on about halal.
For us, halal, it doesn't matter for us. You know what I mean?
That's it.
But like, anything is better than normal meat. You know what I mean?
Host for PM. Oh, I wish, mate.
He'd be a good PM.
I wouldn't.
It's supranational. It's beyond the country. It's beyond that.
I'd turn into a dictator overnight, guys.
Because if you know in night,
I would turn into a dictator.
Once you get that suit on, mate. Once you get that suit on, it changes you. You know, getting that suit on, you're like, whoa! Now I want to take over some.
It's not the power would go to my head. It would be
I'm just joking. It's a Bill Burr joke.
It would just be me, the way I am, really, because like. I would set out an agenda. So for the first thing I would do, and this is already... Oh, we've got an echo going on. But yeah, the first thing I would do, basically, is I would bring all our troops from around the world back to our country. And I would start in Scotland, and I would work our way down right across Britain and Ireland, if they would have us. And I would walk right across, and if you could not produce a British passport or a visa or proof that you should be in this country right now, you would be taken out of our country straight away. That's the first thing I'd do, is try and plug that bleed. Then, welcome to the hemp world, Britain. Welcome to the hemp world, because... we would start manufacturing plastics. We would start manufacturing clothes in this country. We would look at the oil industry in this country through the hemp world. We would try and show the rest of the world, look, this is the way to move forward. If you know, ecosystem, we produce 2% of the world's pollution in the air. I reckon I could have that down to 1% by the end of my term easily, just through fields of hemp. But yeah,
we can also change all houses to run on water, because we're paying massive for electricity and gas. And by the way, if you're a private person, if you live in your own house, you can put your own meter in, because what it is through tax, we have already paid for the electricity and gas we consume. The gas and electric big companies only charge you for the metering of gas. So they're literally charging you for having the meter. And so if you get rid of the meter and change it for your own meter, one you bought, and then you tell them, you ring them up and tell them, I've got your meter, you can come and get it, and you're a private tenant, you can just replace the meter. You'll never pay gas electric again, because it's already paid for in our tax. They're double dipping by charging people these extortionate prices on gas and electric. Plus, water can be split by copper and zinc electrodes into oxygen and hydrogen, which is constituent parts, with a small electric charge running through the water, which can be collected overhead by some sort of gas collection device, which is usually a funnel into another area that will have a one-way valve or something. And then You basically siphon off the oxygen and hydrogen. You can run a boiler from the hydrogen and the oxygen, or just float the oxygen off. It's quite dangerous oxygen, so you might just want to get rid of the oxygen. Or you can tank the oxygen and sell it. Tank the oxygen and sell it. The hydrogen will burn nicely. You might need the oxygen for the burning of the hydrogen anyway. So you can turn it into a whole gas boiler system. And then from that, have a turbine running off the boiler so that it generates electricity from the exit gases. And then you turn it into a super efficient heating and electric system that doesn't really need paying for. Plus, the whole meterage thing is corrupt. Banks are double dipping. Everyone has a public trust in their name that is worth based on your tax contributions and how they've spun it on the markets. You have the Sesque La Vie Trust, which is your trust in your name that they've hijacked since they claim you're a dead person in the maritime law, and as you're a dead person, you can't claim the thing of a living. If by the age of 7 you can claim you're a living person to either the Home Office or immigration, you can unlock your trust, which means that you become the beneficiary of your own trust, which is worth about 2 million to most people. It can be more or less depending on whether you've worked or not. But that trust, every loan you ever take out is taken off that trust, and it's settled within 90 days. But the banks still charge you the interest and the principal, despite the fact they've already been paid. So they're double dipping on that. So basically, every single loan you've ever paid back has been fraudulently charged from you because it was already taken from your public trust. And a guy in a court case was forced the bank to admit that they didn't give him money; they gave him his own money. So they couldn't charge him the principal and the interest on his own money. So, and the bank didn't own the money that they were charging the interest and principal on. So he made the bank backtrack on that, and that's how it actually works. That your people are being robbed left, right, and centre they've already paid the gas and electricity through tax, and then they're being charged on a bill. They've already paid the loan through their Sesque La Vie Trust, and they're still being charged. So there's double dipping left, right, and centre, plus all the robbery that goes on between taxpayer, the war laundering system, and then you combine that with general contract dipping, which is what they're doing now as well with HS2. They give you a ridiculously low quote, they get the job, but their quote suddenly smashes up through the ranks in expense, and it goes from thing. Then they cancel the extension to the line. It's all public money going into private railways because the railways were privatized. They're not public anymore. It's not British Rail anymore. If it was British Rail and we were investing 200,
owned by France, aren't they? Our rail system's owned by France. Is it French?
Probably.
French have a big say in our rail system. I'm sure they do. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, so it's all private. It's not public, and we're paying up to 200 billion. They were trying to charge us for that, plus 300 billion on the COVID. The pandemic scam. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. But yeah, 300 billion on that. 200 billion on HS2, which is like a private railway with public money. Wars left, right, and centre. Funneling money to Ukraine. Funneling money to where are we going now? Israel. Because it's keeping up with it is actually quite hard because everything's moving pretty fast. And there's money flying out left, right, and centre, and then there's no money for public service, no money for anything, because they've taken it all, they've stolen it. It's been stolen. We're being robbed. We're being embezzled by a criminal cartel that is operating like a syndicate with judges involved, police involved, army involved. It's so widespread that it's almost impossible to break because it's everywhere. Everywhere you turn and you try and complain, but you're just a voice in the sea of. It's like we're a fish swimming upstream. And the stream is strong, the current is strong going down, and we're swimming, but we're getting almost nowhere because we're swimming against the current, and there's a huge flow. There's the same thing with the propaganda through from the 20, the whole scamdemic thing.
That's why we need a wave of people, though, don't we? A wave of people to come back at them boom.
Yeah, we need to join together, start pooling our resources money-wise, start building up some kind of infrastructure that we can take them on with. Because right now, as individuals at our door, they're going to come through our door next year for our kids. What are we going to do? Are we going to have an organization? Unless we organize into a body that can actually stand up to these people, physically, because they're going to come by force at the end of the day, and it's like we've got to get ready to stand up to them by force. Protesting isn't going to work. None of that's going to work. What we need to do is organize and actually defend ourselves, because it's coming, and they're coming for us next year. So do we stand there and wait for our doors to come in, or do we organize and get them before they get us? Because it's a simple thing as that now. And they're coming for the kids next year. I don't have any kids, but for people who have kids, and I feel for them that it's like I have kids, because they can't come for your kids and just take them and like, oh.
The highest country in the world for missing children. America is number one.
It's the whole.
The UK.
It's a whole achrome operation. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean, and that's what they want. They're gonna harvest the kids for the achrome. You know what I mean? That's what they want.
Someone's asked what we're defending ourselves against. We're defending ourselves against this corrupt government. That's what we're doing. It's got nothing to do with migrants.
Who are going to come running out looking like it's jihad, but it isn't jihad. It's UN cover. They're all armed. They got their grenades. They got their AKs. They got their body armors and helmets. They got it all delivered at these hotels. The Holiday Inns, and what's that green one? What's the green one? They're all in those places where they cleared out. It was always the whole pandemic was to clear out the hotels. They killed off the middle class, and then now the hotels are all empty and desperate for business, which they're happy to provide in the form of secret soldiers, which have a 2-year contract running with, and they've signed the Official Secrets Act, so they're definitely legit by a treacherous and corrupt government that is basically going to turn against its own people, and that's what they're planning for next year. So, like, the 2-year contract, obviously, the 2 years is like about a year in. So, there's only a year left.
That's why everyone that's slagging off the EDL and things like that, you're going to want these guys. You're going to want these alpha males when shit hits the fan. You are going to want them.
Next year of the Dragon, it's all going to kick off, like, as soon as, I think from spring, it's just going to be, like, starting to ratchet up.
Do you reckon
and they're already
here. Back in power, though, do you think if Trump... Bangle, I invited you back.
Hopefully, because a lot of the ships, apparently I think there's a coup in operation in America, because a lot of the ships that have gone to the Med, we think they're going for World War III, but they're not. They might be going for military tribunals, which are happening right now in the Med. So we don't know what's going on exactly. There has been an operation in the background that isn't been in the news, that I think they are trying. I think certain forces within the world have realized there is a significant threat, and they're trying to take it out. I think
we've got 50,000 NATO troops at the moment doing games on the border of Russia. Doing NATO games on the border of Russia.
Yeah, but NATO is so wrong. The UN is like that. It's all corrupted. No, and Europe's waking up to it.
They're out of control.
They're literally out of control. Our government's gone rogue. Everyone's gone rogue. Like, completely. Everyone's just gone crazy right now. It's just like there's like everyone's acting up, and it's all coordinated. It's coming from one source that's at war right now, or having a ceasefire or whatever. It's all coming from them. They're everywhere, and all these.
I'm 46. I've got someone here who's just made a comment saying, "I'm 50 and I wish I was 20 now." I'm 46, mate, and there's still life in us yet, pal. Still life in us yet.
I'm 48. I'm fit as a fiddle.
Turn up in numbers. That's all you need to do.
I'm looking good for 48. I'm looking 35 for 48.
I'm full. Yeah, like I said,
I'm still.
The whole reason I started doing like if you'd have told me 2 years ago that I would be sat here talking to you, like running a podcast on YouTube, trying to wake people up, I would have laughed at you. I would literally have said, no, that's not me. But after opening my eyes to a few things and looking around the world, going through a range of emotions of being angry with my country, being disgusted in my country, being disgusted in myself that I believed in NATO and I believed in all this, you know what I mean? There's going to be a range of emotions you go through when you open your eyes, and that's okay, guys, that's fine, you know what I mean? But turn that frustration, all that anger, and just direct it the right way. That's all I'm asking. Is actually know who the enemy is.
Yeah. I mean, it took me 2 years. When I saw someone woke me up and they showed me Zeitgeist, and it took me 2 whole years to go from where I was to what I became, and I was like, it was such a shock, and everything was like surreal for about 2 years. And yeah, once I got through that, and it did take some getting through. It wasn't easy. But it also just realizing all these things, I was like, damn. It was like every day was like, damn this, damn that. It's like, and the more you find out, the more you find out. You know what I mean? It's like, and once you start seeking the truth comes to you. You don't really have to try too hard. It comes to you.
Who was that you were listening to?
When?
I thought. Did you say Ike, David Ike?
No, I mean, no. I've heard his story. I know he's possibly controlled opposition as well, but he does reveal a lot. But not only that, he's not the only source. Like he's one of the things I listen to. It's not the only thing.
I quite like David Icke, to be fair. I mean, he might not be 100% on everything, but some of the stuff he is right on.
He's asking right there.
Oh, you're very breaking, mate.
Don't use that word.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
You can't use that word. You can't use word. You got to break it up or disguise it or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute. I'm trying to mute it or something. Sorry,
that's all right, bro. No, you're all right, my friend. Right. Yeah, but
there's
certain words that you have to make a code word up for, guys. So, jibbity jabbity, you know, jab, jibbity jab. You know,
can't use that word. Can't use that word, mate. That's the biggest. That's the biggest. That's the worst word you could use on this app. Can I just introduce myself? Is that okay?
Of course you can, boss.
Go ahead.
I would just like to say, you know, I came in and I passed your live, and it's good to see that people talk on subjects which go against the narrative of what the mainstream media are basically trying to push on everybody. Now, a lot of people might know my story, a lot of people probably don't. Anyone that doesn't know my story, my name's John. I was severely injured from the thing that they injected into everybody's arm. I nearly died from it, and I've spent about £40,000 to try and get my life back. I was in a documentary called Safe and Effective, A Second Opinion, and I've been on many podcasts and everything as well, including the James. Mate, I've actually got my own podcast. So I've actually got one called Bring the Noise. My good friend, who's Alex Mitchell, had his leg amputated from it back in 2021. I've actually done an interview with him. I've done one with a funeral celebrant who speaks out on what she's seen in the last two and a half years since the rollout. If you check out my page, you'll see everything. And I've also just done one recently with Matt Letizia, and everybody knows Matt Letizia has been very outspoken regarding this. Where we're at currently just now in the UK, a lot of people need to realise that we are in World War III as it currently stands, and who we're in World War III with is the ones that are in power, that are in those buildings, the ones that are the government. We cannot deny it at this point in time, and I don't understand how in 2023 the people are just sitting back and allowing it all to happen. Yep, there's the biggest arsehole in the fucking planet right now. And I understand that people didn't take that injection, and do you know what? All those people were absolutely correct. I never seen any of this. And the thing is, you get people that say to me and Alex, like, you know what? You took that hang, you didn't listen, we fucking told you so. You've got to think about it from another angle. You've got to look at it as a wee woman who's 70-year-old, is pretty old school, watches the telly every day, you know, a granny sitting in the house, always done what her doctor told her. People have got to get this kind of I told you so attitude.
away, and people have got to start coming together. You know, if anything, especially in the last week, if anything has showed us that the mainstream media and the government are the biggest fucking arseholes out there right now. A 4-year-old or a 5-year-old girl was fucking stabbed to death in Ireland. Now, instead of the mainstream media telling us why the fucking riots happened in Ireland, what they done was they sat there and they just spoke about the riots. I'm watching Talk TV, and you've got that Vanessa Phelps who fucking cut me off live on that TV as well. She's sitting talking about the riots in Ireland. She's, you know, okay, let us understand why these people are rioting in Ireland. There was a 5-year-old girl who was stabbed to death and 3 children in critical position. And all you've done was talk about why. Why did the people of Ireland? Do you know what? Do you want to know what? I'm fucking glad they done it. I'm just going to say that right now because what they're doing is they're backing people into a corner, and by going out and protesting in the street, the government are sitting with their fingers going, "Fuck yous, ha ha ha! This is what we can do. Look what we're doing. Look what we're doing, and we're getting away with it." But what's happening in Ireland right now? I'm glad they done it because you know what? People are getting pissed off. This isn't against immigration. Nobody has any issues with immigration. We have issues with illegal immigrants that are uneducated, don't actually understand how a civil country, how this country operates. They come from their country on illegally, and then they're coming into an uneducated, and they think that stabbing children, raping people, stealing is normal. That's not how that works. You've got to educate people and introduce them into our society like we were introduced into this society. But that's not what's happening. These people are coming over illegally. Like I said, I have no issues with immigrants. I have no issues with it at all. But we have to, in my opinion, we should adopt the old Australian method. You want to come to this country, you need $3,000 in the bank. You need to be educated. You need to contribute to society. You need to have a sponsor. And you need to have a job for at least a year. And you want to come to this country, that's what you get. You don't just come over and get handed a fucking, there you go, take the piss out of the people, because, and at this point in time, forget what happened to me. I might have 5 years to live, and I've accepted that. But this is why I say bring the fucking noise, because these bastards want everybody to suffer in silence and sit down and just allow the fucking government to continue. And that's why I say bring the fucking noise, because the country, the UK, never mind Scotland, Ireland, Wales, we all have to band together, stand out that fucking Parliament building in the tens of thousands, not 1,000. I'm talking the 100,000. Rishi Sunak, stand down. Hamza Yusuf, stand down. You know what? We need political people to stand up and realise there's a problem. And the 20-minute cities is happening, because if you go to 20-minute neighbourhood, type it into Edinburgh, they've got it already ready to rock and roll in Scotland. So I appreciate that you guys are standing here, but it's time everybody bands together as a country to actually stand with your people. Because if we continue to allow this, the future is grim for us, our children, and our children's children.
Have you also noticed, you see all these illegal immigrants that are coming over, they're all being put into strategic locations. They're all on military bases, and all the hotels are in strategic areas.
Yeah, I would like to, so in regards to that, so I'm part of the UK inquiry and the Scottish inquiry. So I went down to London 2-3 weeks ago. We were actually staying at Wembley, and my friend who had his leg amputated, so we went down. And what happened was, I said to Alex, Scotland were playing England that night, so we said we'll go out and we'll watch the football. Now the immigration thing, I stay away, I tend to stay in my lane. Now where I was staying was the hotel. There was a massive Holiday Inn across the road, and I said to Alex, "As you wait here, mate, I'll go across and see if I want to see if they're showing the football over there." So I walk over to the Holiday Inn. Now usually you've got the main door, the revolving door. That was shut. The side door was open, which was the fire exit door. 2 big guys, not from this country clearly, 2 big guys, bulletproof, stab-proof vests on, about 6'3", standing there, these 2 guys. And I walk up and I say, "Are you showing the football? Because I want to watch the football." And they say, "Please, no, you must leave." And I poke my head in, and I look. Now when I look in, there was some women there. I'm not going to lie, there was some women there with the burqas on and that. And I look in and I go, there's all these guys walking about. The reception desk, you know how you've usually got the pamphlets, the things on the angle, you've usually got the TV in the background, say check in. There was no staff, there was nothing. And this Holiday Inn must hold about 300 rooms. 300 rooms. And I'm sitting looking going, there's something no fucking right here about this. What somebody said to me, women and children flee countries when they're in war. Men stay behind to protect their country.
I've had that argument on here so many times. Like, people say to me, so this flip it round on you if this country was getting bombed. Well, we did get bombed in the Second World War, but we put our families up in the countryside, prayed they would be safe, and us men fought.
Do you want to know my honest opinion, mate? My honest opinion. When people realised they were injected with the biggest lie in medical history because they accessed it. Trust me, go and watch my podcast on Spotify regarding the funeral celebrant. At the height of the pandemic, the deaths had risen. Now, this woman covers east and west of Scotland. She covers the west and the east of Scotland, right? She said at the height of pandemic, the deaths had risen by 2%. 2%, right? Yeah. She says, you fast forward to now, and she said it was mainly in the elderly and people that had comorbidities, underlying health conditions. Those were the people that were dying, right? Yeah. Pretty much someone that would die from the flu, okay? Now, she said that risen by 2%, which was standard at the height of the pandemic. Fast forward to August 2023, when I just interviewed her there. She said the deaths have risen by 37%. And not only that, I spoke to her the other day, they've risen by 47%. You see, when the people understand you were injected with a lie and someone died suddenly and their families and their health all went downhill, and when everybody realised we were injected with the biggest medical fraud in history, the people of the country are going to get fucking pissed off and realise you've killed my family. And these fuckers are all here to protect them, if I'm being honest with you.
No, you're just spot on, mate. You're spot on. Like, I have this argument with my wife all the time because she's a nurse and she sees everything in a very medical way. And I'm terrified that, like, my boys just had a flu injection as well, a nasal thing. And I said to her, well, what was in that? Do we know what was in that? How do we know that something else hasn't been put in that? And she's like trying to get me to calm down, but I'm dead scared of it. Dead scared.
I sat down with an MP, right, a member of Parliament, an MP, 2 weeks ago. Cut a long story short, I'm one of the founders of the Vaccine Injured in Scotland. Sorry, don't want to use that word, but I'm one of the founders of them in Scotland. So I look at when it goes wrong, myself and another woman and another man all look after the people of Scotland. We try and get them help. We try and raise money for the people that can't get any help anymore. There's a guy that goes round with our banner around Scotland, the Scottish VIG, we call it VIG, which is V Injury Group. And he went round and he went into a little town in Scotland. And he was going round and he was hassling this MP for months and months. What happened was there was a guy who owns a roll shop, you know, like a little snack shop. And everybody in this little town would use this shop every day. And the MP used it as well. The shop shut. The guy died. He was fit and healthy. No underlying. The guy just died. It's been happening a lot in that town. He drove past the MP. The MP drove past the guy with a banner, and he turned round and went like that. He said, "Get in the car." So he got in the car, and he turned round and went like that. "We've got a national emergency on our hands right now regarding this injection." And he turned round and went, "Get me a meeting with John and this group." So I went to him 2 weeks ago and had a meeting with him. He turned around and said, "This mRNA was the worst thing ever invented." And I said to him, and his words, not mine, he said, "I will not be taking any more of these or suggesting my family to take them or the flu one, because the flu one now has the mRNA in it." And this is a man who's an oncologist.
Yeah, that's what I'm terrified, man. I am actually petrified that that's what they were going to do. Like, because I get a text, I said this earlier, I get a text like every week saying you are eligible for your jibby jab, jib, get down here, get it. But yet, I've been waiting 2 years for an appointment for an operation, and I didn't get weekly texts telling me what was going on or this is the situation now. But Yeah, this jibby jab, they are all over me. Emails, texts.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Do you know the other thing was like I didn't take anything, but some of my family members did, and it divided families as well, because I wasn't taking it, and the way the BBC was pumping out like the propaganda, they were making like people like me who didn't take it like feel like lepers basically.
Yeah.
Even in my workplace, people were like, "Oh, why haven't you taken it? Why haven't you taken it? You can spread this," and like, you know what I mean? And I was like, because I think it's nonsense. And same as my mum was like, "Oh, don't come round to the house if you haven't been taking it because we're vulnerable and all this nonsense."
Yeah. Like
but
I said,
divided families all up and down the country because of this.
Yeah, my older brother, he was like really cocky. Oh, I got the jab, and I'm like, he wanted to get it from my mum, and I'm like, my mum's never getting that. Even my brother who lives with me got it, and I'm like, how did you get it? You live with me. It's like, how can you?
This is
with me. It's like,
this is where we're at. This is the problem. But so this is where we're at as society now, because there was people that were proud to take it, and because people segregated families and they made them out as if you were a murderer and that. My family were the one that told me to take it, and they feel terrible. They feel terrible. Now, I was bedridden for 14 months. Like I say, if you've not seen it, there's a documentary called Safe and Effective, A Second Opinion. You'll see me in that documentary. It's on YouTube. Dr. Malholtra's in it. I'm very good friends with Dr. Malhotra. He was on Joe Rogan. You know, I'm so balls deep in with this. It's actually unbelievable. But what I'm saying is,
we stayed in contact, mate, after this.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, just give me a follow, mate, and you'll see the content. This is my 10th TikTok, 10th, because I'm speaking out. Now, what I do is I try and not use the word, but like I said, people have died from it. So people have taken it and now they're dying. Now, what's happening is the family members don't want to admit it because they're the ones that feel guilty for it. Do you know what I mean? That's what's happening. They're sitting there and this person just died all of a sudden. I spoke to a guy 2 days ago. His sister just died, and I went like, any underlying health conditions? He went, no. I went like that. So what happened? He went, I just went round their house. We hadn't heard from him. Went round the house, found dead in the house. And I'm sitting going, no. And I said, was she at the hospital? Was there anything to indicate that she could? You know, I've got plenty of indications that I could die because my heart doesn't feel right. I'm dizzy on standing. I've got high blood pressure now. I was a very fit and healthy guy. I'm 38 years old. I was a carpenter. I was a joiner. Do you know what I mean? I used to do the boxing. I was such a... Now I can hardly walk the length of myself. But that's where we're at. Because families said, you need to take that because you're stopping the spread. That was a lie. You couldn't stop the spread. It didn't. And the level of evidence I've now got against this thing is actually astronomical. Like the dangers of it is incredible. And when people start to realise it was the biggest lie handed out, that's when everybody's going to stand up. And people just need to realise we made a mistake, including family members.
Well, you can see
it. We were just duped into it. You know, it was. Can't blame yourselves. We were duped into it.
On that point, one of the reasons it's hard to convince people of this is going on is because they don't want to let go of what they're believing. They don't want to feel like they've been duped.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that is sort of the cognitive dissonance that doesn't allow them to. They don't want to see your side of the picture because if they see that, they have to admit that everything they thought was completely wrong, and that's hard for people to do.
That's what I was saying.
To take your whole world.
Yeah, when you start opening up Pandora's box, emotions are going to flow. Definitely going to flow, guys. So,
what needs to happen is we can't come on here and have these. Like we're speaking in an echo chamber right now as we're speaking out right now. So if you go to my Twitter, right, I've got over 40,000 followers on there, and the video's got 500,000. But I know that speaking to people on Twitter, I'm not raising awareness on this matter. We've got to start. I use this app to try and make more people realise, why is their health went downhill? Why have I got fibromyalgia? Why have I got postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome? Why have I got VIT? Why have I got fatigue? Why have I got all these issues? And now people are starting to go, this happened after my injection. So I'm trying to make more people realise, because Trust me when I say it, I was suicidal. I wanted to end my life a year and a half ago. I was that bad. I was bedridden. I'm better than I was, but I'm still mainly housebound. But we've got to make people realise that injection was the biggest lie in medical. People don't realise that this has actually ruined the world for 50 to 70 years. And what I mean by that is, let's just say that you were in a car accident and you had to get a blood transfusion. What's going to happen if you take my blood? My blood would ruin you. What happens if you need my organs? If I die tomorrow, who's going to? I've had to opt out it. I've opted out it. I do not want another person having any of my issues. This is the levels of, the spike protein's been found to be in the breast milk. These babies are drinking the breast milk and dying. It's been seen in the men's testicles. Men can't reproduce. Women have menstrual issues. This thing has ruined the world for 50 to 70 years.
Bring the noise. You were saying about awakening. You were saying about awakening.
And sorry to interrupt, but one thing. Sorry, dystopian. There's one thing. See, bring the. I don't know what it says. Bring the. Anyway, apparently there is a cure for the long COVID. That is apparently wearing a 7 milligram nicotine patch for 6 days, apparently, and it sorts it all out. Apparently, I don't know if that's 100% true, but
the difference is, mate, the difference is with long COVID, that might help for long COVID. But when you get injected with it, mate, the spike protein keeps reproducing. It's a constant spike creating system. Yeah. They have handed out a death sentence to myself. Now I'm not sitting saying that everybody's going to get die from it and everybody's going to get injured from it.
We're not doctors, guys. We're not doctors. I will say that.
Yeah. We're not doctors. But the evidence has now been proven, right? This was the clinical trial. Okay, this was the clinical trial, and we're still in the clinical trials. With every clinical trial that's ever been handed out in every medical history, every injection history, when they have to go through a medical trial, they have to hand out a placebo effect, which is actually the saline. Now, which is nothing, it's salt water, right? They've done the studies. This is why people get batches. So you've got a certain batch, you've got a certain batch, you've got a certain batch. What's the best way to trick the country into believing that this thing was safe and effective? Let's give out 70% placebo and 30% deadly. And like I say, you've got placebo, you've got batch A, batch B, batch C. This is why everyone. And see, if you go in, you can see how bad is my batch, and you can actually see the one that's got a certain batch is that. All you need to look up is Dr. John Campbell. He blows it out of the water. His evidence and the videos he does is incredible.
But bringing the noise, the thing is, you want to awaken some of these people, but some of these people, it doesn't matter how much evidence you show them, they won't believe you because it's like they've got Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah,
always the 1%. Always the 1%. No matter what group you go to, you're always going to get the 1% that just won't believe.
Yeah.
But, and coming back to you, Bryn, you said that about these lives. They're a bit of an echo chamber. I agree, but
no, they're good to do, mate. You're 100% correct because you're better getting people come and challenge you.
Yeah, I just want to open people's minds up to what's really going on. And what a great guest you've been, man. I couldn't have asked for a better guest, man. Thank you.
Oh, mate, my podcast is even better. Like I say, I've got Matt Letizia coming out. So I've got the Bring the Noise on YouTube, but that's been censored. So I need to kind of put a list. The first one I put on, I didn't edit it. I just put it up. I had 1,000 views within 4 hours, right, with the funeral celebrant. You should watch that one. That is a complete and utter eye-opener. A woman that's working in the funeral industry, still there just now, and what she's seen in the last 3-4 years. It's incredible what she's seen. Babies dying because of it.
I need to pick your brains.
And then what I done after, then what I had to do is I had to edit. So all the words like injection, they're all edited out. The best place to watch it. So everybody thinks that Spotify is just a platform that you can listen to it. You can listen to it, but you can also watch the video version. Yeah. So on Spotify, it's there. It's there full unedited, so that's there and you can watch it on there. If you type in Bring the Noise podcast, I'm not here for likes, guys. I'm not here for followers. I'm here to set things right. By taking the funeral celebrant one and listen to it, you might give a family an answer, because there's, put it like this, mate, put it like this, there's people up there that are dead, they're looking down, screaming at us to say, I need an answer, my family need closure on what happened to me.
No, exactly why I do what I do, mate. It's not for fame, not for followers, not for clout. You know, I just want, to wake people up and give them information. And if I help some people, brilliant. If I wake some people up, great. You know, we take it one day at a time.
I think as well as this, mate, like, I think when I've came across people, you can't tell them everything, because when you tell them everything, it's too much to compute. Yeah. See, in my honest opinion, see when you educate them that injection was the biggest lie, right? And with the COVID as well, I mean, I'm watching the Scottish COVID inquiry. When you look into the deaths, were they legit deaths? I don't think so. I'm 90% sure the midazolam and morphine was put into their system, because you listen to people and they're saying, I didn't die, my partner didn't die from COVID, they died from cancer. You put COVID down as a death. They neglected people. I'm sorry, but the doctors and nurses, they're fucking, the NHS is killing people, I'm sorry. They're fucking killing people. They're allowing this to still happen with evidence in plain sight. And
I had this conversation with my wife, buddy, because like I said, she's a nurse, and I say to her, like, please, sweetheart, be careful what advice you're being given. You know, if you suddenly get to, they're suddenly saying to you, right, we need you to push this certain medication, start asking questions why. Start doing your research by yourselves, and then talk to the girls. Say to them, look, I'm not too sure about this, you know what I mean? So just don't.
My opinion as a nurse, I understand that nurses and doctors, put it like this, mate, I phoned up a pharmacy 2 weeks ago, and because I seen on Facebook they were advertising, oh, we're giving the COVID one and the flu one, and I phoned the guy up and I says, how you doing, blah blah blah. Started speaking to him, and I said, I understand that you're administering those 2 injections. He went, I says, can I just tell you who I am? Told him my story, told him the documentary, told him this, and he just went like, I can't believe this. And I said to him, I says, now the condition that I had, which was called POTS, right? POTS was very rare, right? So what it means is when I sit down, my heart rate's like 75 beats per minute. And when I stand up, my heart rate will go up to 140, 150, 160 rapidly, right? Yeah. Now what's happening is my blood circulation is not getting round and the heart's wanting to go crazy. You mix that with myocarditis, because what myocarditis does, it puts inflammation around the heart and restricts the heart. Now, that's why, in my opinion, I think that's why these footballers are dropping down dead, right? Yeah. Now, I went to the pharmacist and I had a meeting with him, and I sat down and I told him all the facts and that, and he turned around and I went like, imagine I came through to you right now. Imagine I was my mate Alex, who had his leg amputated from it. I says, imagine I came through and I had a leg amputated, and I turned around to you and went like, just to let you know, you done this to me. How would you feel? And he's like, and I told him, and I said to him, I says, you don't want someone coming in here and saying you done that. And he went, no, John, I'm not here to harm people. And I says, exactly, you're not here to harm people, but by injecting someone with this is a possibility that you could do. And like I said, why I spoke about the POTS, because I said to him, I says, let me guess, you've got a medication on your shelves called Avabradine. And he went, yep. And I says, that's for people with POTS, and that controls the heart rate. And he went, yep. I says, the reason, I says, let me guess, I says, since the rollout in the last 2 years, you've been handing out Avabradine like bloody Skittles. You've been handing out like bloody like sweets. And he went, you're right. And he went, the price in it is rose by fucking 80%. I went, that's funny, isn't it? I said, do you know why? And I explained why. Like I said, a cardiologist would only see up to 1 POTS patient every year to 2 years. 1 POTS patient. I sat down with my GP and a cardiologist, and I said, usually seen up to 10 POTS patients a week. Sometimes I've seen up to 4 a day. And the cardiologist turned around and went, I totally agree with you. And my GP turned around to me, she said, John, in 27 years as a GP, I have seen one POTS patient. She said, you're my 2nd POTS patient today. So in one day, she said 2 POTS patients. 2 POTS patients. This is where we're at, and like I say, we've got to, and then see when you start, people realise that was a lie, you start to question everything, and then when you see that, you can't unsee the rest. Like I say, I've done so much to raise awareness. I've been down in London, I was at a big campaign in London, been on GBN News, been on James English podcast, #1 podcast in the UK, the one and only podcast that James English couldn't put on YouTube was myself and Alex Mitchell. That was it. He's interviewed Andrew Tate, Tommy Robinson. He's interviewed all these people, but he said, John, the biggest threat to my channel was you and Alex Mitchell. Someone's asking what POTS is. POTS is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. What it means is when you sit down, your heart rate will be normal. When you stand up, your heart rate gets elevated instantly, 120, 130, 140 beats per minute. And sometimes your blood pressure goes high as well. This is the thing. A lot of people have now got high blood pressure and they don't understand why, because the spike protein affects the endothelium lining, which is the inner lining of the blood vessels, and that's why people are getting high blood pressure. I know more facts and figures about this thing than most people.
There's also stem cell patches. You can get stem cell patches, and apparently they can cure basically anything because they rejuvenate your body, apparently. I've heard of these, just don't know.
I mean, there's somebody in the comment there called Glenn Merriweather. Do you want to bring him up? Because it's always worth having a challenge and a conversation with someone instead of sitting saying, grifting and that. Exactly. Why not have a conversation instead of typing it? Come up.
He has followers.
Come up and speak.
If you're typing a lot, you can come up, Because
he hasn't got the followers, guys. He's only got 100 odd followers. He needs 1,000.
But at the end of the day, like if you want to sit there,
but the other thing is also in the old people's homes, they stopped giving resuscitation to the patients. Well, the old people
DNRs.
in the homes during COVID. So of course the death rate was going to go through the roof if you don't give resuscitation in them homes, because people are dying in them places all the time. And if you got tested for COVID positive that month and you died in a car accident, you also went down as a COVID death.
The figure's bad.
They ramped up the numbers of the COVID to get the injection into everybody's arms. That's the honest truth. The thing everybody needs to realise is it was a big lie. It was already orchestrated. They wanted this. The vaccines were patented in 2015. How can you patent an injection for something that hasn't even been the world doesn't even know about. The world doesn't even know about. So how could you patent something in 2015? And like I say, do you know, I was down in London a month ago, and I was travelling back, and we had to stop off at a hotel, and I was speaking to a woman. See, the more people I speak to, I say to them, I turn around to them and I say to them all the time, I go like that, you ever felt right after taking that thing? This woman was like, no, I feel I've got this dizziness. And I went, oh, me too. I says, me too. So see, when I stand up, I feel like I'm on a boat. And it's like an off-balance kind of feeling. And she says, I've got that as well. I said, did that happen? And she goes, yeah. She was telling me about her mother. And I'm sitting talking to her, and she said, my mother died. But they try to say it was COVID, but it wasn't. And what I said to her was, I said, so what happened? Her mother went in because she had a bad fall and she had a bad injury. She went in for surgery on the Monday. Okay? This is no word. I wish I recorded it. She turned round. So this woman was a nurse, and she turned round and went like that. She went in for surgery on the Monday. She was getting the surgery on the Thursday. And what happened was, when she was in hospital, she ended up catching COVID, right? So they turned around and said, you've caught it, right? Then the mother, so they said that she'll be out of the hospital within a couple of days. The mother phoned up the son, fucking going crazy, going, you need to get me out of here. You need to get me out of this hospital. They're putting me on the Liverpool pathway. Now, if nobody knows what the Liverpool pathway is, it's the end-of-life care, which is the midazolam and the morphine. What it means, I see someone of that age, if you put midazolam and morphine together, you've not got a chance. You're going to die.
Midazolam attacks the respiratory system, and then the
morphine Yep. And that's what she said. And she turned round and I said to her, because I said to her about the midazolam, and she went, that's the Liverpool pathway, and she went, that's with my mother. And this is what you're finding. They killed people in 2020. They ramped up the numbers for that to get the injection into everybody. But Exactly. Children are having heart attacks. I spoke to a mother whose 11-year-old daughter is suffering with chest pain. That's unheard of. That's unheard of.
Unbelievable.
The hospitals are death camps
I
now.
totally agree with everything you say, apart from one thing, though. You're actually on the #1 podcast in Britain right now.
I don't know, mate. I think you're talking to the next #1 podcaster, but the thing is, mate, like I say,
I've got 1,000 questions I need to ask you offline, though, pal, because we are young, we are new. There's a lot for us to learn, and I actually reached out to Mr. English and asked him, but he said he was too busy to hand out advice. So
I can give you the equipment I've got, mate. It's about £2,000.
I've got some
terribly
but there's just a few things I want to clear up in my head. Like I don't.
The hardest thing is when you do this, you know, I can't work anymore. I try and raise awareness. This is why I say bring the noise, and I've called myself Bring the Noise podcast, because they want us to suffer in silence. The only thing I hope is that people donate a coffee or whatever it is, you know, because you'll know yourself, if you're doing a podcast, especially if you're doing 2 or 3 cameras, it's very tedious. There's a lot of editing, you know. I could spend up to 6 hours on a podcast editing, you know.
We spent 2 days on our last podcast editing that. 2 days.
Once you start to get into it, mate, it becomes a lot easier. I do a lot of it on the phone, but the one I done with Matt Letizia, it took me 4 days to edit because it kept crashing on me, and I was like, for God's sake! But the one with Matt Letizia is actually really good. I actually really like it, but it's very hard, and you'll know yourself, mate, especially if you work or whatever. Making a podcast, it's not as easy as everybody thinks. You know, you've got to take a lot of things into consideration. Know what I mean? But I'm new to it as well, so I don't claim. I've actually done 9 episodes, but what I'm doing is I'm putting them out every 3 weeks because. So I've put out 2 because I'm ill. I can't put them out that regular. So I've already done about 7, which is people that have been affected by that thing. I've got an ex-paramedic, you know, the one with the ex-paramedic, what he tells me, what he's seen, the Liverpool pathway, all these things. It's an educational podcast and what's happened in the last 2-3 years. So if you can watch it on if you can watch it on Spotify, just go onto my what do you call it now, the TikTok, and you'll see a link tree. The link tree, you've got YouTube, which is the edited version, and then you've got the other ones on the Spotify. Rumble, I've got Rumble as well, but I think Rumble's an echo chamber, so I'm trying to stick with the Spotify, put the edited version onto edited version onto YouTube. But we've just got to raise awareness. We've got to bring the noise, guys, and like I said, we're in a World War III with the government, and that's where I'm at, and we've got to, in my opinion, I will be doing another big rally, hopefully next year, whether we go down to London or Scotland or whatever, but everybody's got to band together, but we need to get the hundreds of thousands on the street, outside that parliament. I'm sorry, but how that little arsehole Matt Hancock is walking around the streets of London and nobody has punched that cunt. That's the problem. all politicians think they're invincible. One fucking boot in the face or one dig in the face and they'd all fucking change their position. They would all change their fucking attitude, because as soon as you get hit in the fucking face and realise that the people are fucking pissed off, that's when it changes.
Yeah, but you see that London, they're safe in London because of that Met Police. That Met Police are corrupt. And they're all corrupt down in London. Any other city, they wouldn't get away with it, but in London they do.
They're corrupt everywhere. They're all corrupt.
They're corrupt everywhere, but they're safe in London.
They're security for the government. The basic government security guard.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bring Noise. Everyone, you know what to do. Get on Spotify. Like he said, it is hard to make a podcast. It is hard to get the followers, you know. I'm only 2 away from 100 subscribers on YouTube. So, it's hard, guys. And, to stand here and put our faces on the camera and our voices or whatever, you know, we do put ourselves on the line. So, please.
Take our lives.
The thing is, though, when you get big, though, and you speak out against the system or the agenda, they'll silence you one way or another. They will silence you.
Always.
It doesn't matter how big you are.
Send me a message. Sorry.
Doesn't matter how big you are, yeah, or how big a following you got. They will silence you one way or another.
Yeah. Bob Crow had an accident, didn't he?
Yeah.
Look at London too much money and had a heart attack apparently.
Look at Julian Assange. He's still in prison now in the UK on false allegations, really, because the woman said he never did that. I got paid to say that, and he's still in prison.
That Kennedy, running for president of America, one of the Kennedys, he said that would be the first thing he does if he gets into office in 2024 was free Julian Assange.
Yeah.
Definitely. Deserves it, man. Mistreated badly.
We say we live in a democracy, but how can you live in a democracy when you've got an innocent man in solitary confinement on false allegations? It's ridiculous.
Well, if you're making the country ill and you've got division and dividing every aspect, you know, or you're just shoving commercials down their throats so they watch, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, and, you know, things like that. Them kind of programs are just absolute mind killers, man. You know, all of them are absolute mind killers for society.
Love Island.
Yeah. The other thing is in this country, we definitely have a two-tier policing system. Like, have you looked at the police's actions during like the COVID protests, when people were anti-lockdown and stuff, and how the police dealt with them, or even when that young girl got killed by the police officer and there was a vigil in the park, and how the police dealt with them. And they pulled out their batons and they were cracking skulls based on both of them protests, even if it was the English Defence League. And then you see other protests like these Just Stop Oil protesters. The police are like being so nice to them, giving them cups of tea, blankets and stuff.
But you understand.
Even these pro-Palestinian protests, there's no like the guys are climbing all over these monuments, and there's
that was a false scene. That was
So and the
police rushed them a bit at the end.
And that's not going to end well when you've got two-tier policing.
You know that there's a bill, so basically it's all part of the plan. You know, people talk about what happened with the top. By the way, I get cut off there. People talk about what happened with Tommy Robinson. I've got mixed reviews on Tommy Robinson. I don't really know. I know people that know him now, actually. I know people that actually message him and speak to him. I think the other day looked a bit staged, if I'm being honest. You know, I don't know if any of you have been put in the back of a van or anything like that. You know, he went there, he get huckled. Right, now if anyone's been put in the back of a van, whenever you've got huckled, you've usually got the cuffs left on you and you usually get your phone taken off you. Now that was a bit suspect if you ask me. Right, he wasn't doing anything wrong, but somebody said to me, I don't know what he is and I'm going to stay in my lane with it. I find it a bit weird as well, he's supporting Israel and all that as well. It's just a bit controversial. This is the thing. The Palestine thing and that, I'm going to stay in my lane. I'm not interested in it. If I'm being honest, I'm interested in my own country. I'm interested in the UK and thingy. I find it embarrassing that people, tens of thousands or 100,000, will all fly a fucking Palestinian flag. But if I walk up to one of them and say, right, let's go and have a dinner tomorrow, going to do me a favour and invite 5 of your Palestinian friends, I bet not one of them could fucking do it. You know?
Where's the Union Jack flag?
Exactly, right. But there's a bill they're trying to bring in place, and this bill again is taking away your freedom, your rights to free speech. If that bill gets passed through, because that Stop Oil, by being disruptive, it plays into their hands. I think Just Stop Oil, they're there to do this. They're there to be disruptive, and that means that in the future, anybody that wants to protest, it means that we're all going to be under scrutiny. We're all going to be told, no, you're not allowed. So if they get this bill passed, and let's be honest, they've just done it with the dogs. You know, they've done it with the bullies. Again, I think I'm going to stay in my lane. I've never ever owned one of these dogs, but the fact that they're getting rid of these dogs, I think personally it lands with the owners of these dogs. I don't think it lies with the dog herself. And I think that, again, we're under tyranny, and they're just doing everything they can to segregate us again. And we're all just, in the future, if it doesn't change, guys, we're going to be put into a 20-minute neighbourhood, you know, and we're all going to be told, no, you need to stay in your house and you can't leave. And somebody proved me wrong, because
you're right.
We have free.
Like my editor, he's got one of them bully dogs, and I must admit, I've owned Rottweilers, I've owned Staffs, but I kind of met that dog for the first time the other week, and It scared the fucking living daylights out of me. I'm not
the thing is, mate.
One big bull.
Listen, mate. I'm 100%. I'm 100% on. Me personally, I wouldn't have one of those dogs because they are scary. I don't think they're trustworthy dogs. That's my opinion. But when you've got owners walking about with they kind of dogs off the lead, right? You know what I mean? They're walking with these dogs off the lead. And when you're walking them in a built-up area where children are... Now, I don't care what anybody says. A dog doesn't know that's a child. A dog will just see a small thing and think it's an animal or something. It lies with the owners. The owners need to be... You want to keep your dog, you've got to understand why... If you had your dog in a fucking lead, fuck's sake, I've got a Pomeranian. I walk that wee fucker on a lead because I know that he's not fucking savvy enough to know about roads. But these people think it's, this fucking dog, dominant dog, it can do what it wants, I'll hold my fucking... That's not the way it works. If you've got a dog, it doesn't matter. You keep it on a lead or you take it to a field where you can let it off the lead and it can run free. This is the thing. What they've done in the UK, I don't actually know if they've actually... if they're killing the dogs, but I just know after January you can't own them. But it's mental.
I only jumped on just to say thanks for the conversation regarding the COVID stuff. I'm going to come off it in a minute, but I was listening. I came out to Morrison's, had a bit of breakfast, and was listening to you guys. Last year, I had the vaccine. I had the Pfizer, and then I developed myocarditis. My heart grew in size. I got a scar on my heart.
Yep.
I went into ventricular tachycardia. Yep. I took myself to hospital. Within 10 minutes of getting there, I went into cardiac arrest. I woke up. I could hear them talking about giving me CPR and the defibrillator. Within a week, they installed a defibrillator in my chest. And then I had to wait another 6 months or so before I got heart surgery. But, you know, I'm between Edinburgh and Glasgow, and I saw cardiologists from both, actually. Yep. And they all told me that they've never seen so many people on the table since the Pfizer. Yep. I even went private for a bit. I had to just try and get answers. But that's it. You know, they've narrowed it down. The doctor almost smiled. Like, it was a weird kind of like, I understand, but I can't tell you. But he said, did you have the Pfizer? I went, yeah. I only had the one.
Yeah. Mate, the
doctors...
doctors...
I just backed off.
Mate, the doctors will not put... Are you in Scotland, mate?
Yeah.
Did you have it in Scotland?
I did.
Right, do me a favour, mate. Do me a favour. DM me. Join the group, mate. We've got lawyers involved. To give you a quick example, the lawyer that's representing us in the UK inquiry was the one that done the Hillsborough disaster. That's how fucking balls deep I'm in with this, mate. You know, his name's Terry Wilcox. Terry's no fucking about. You know, when you've got a man that represented the Hillsborough disaster, and I turned around to Terry and I went, why are you doing this, Terry? Because nobody wants to talk about this. Nobody's willing to put pen and paper. And he went, because this is personal to me, John. So, Terry, that's who's representing us, mate. So, DM me, mate. Join the Scottish Fig.
I will. It's just incredible, you know. I come from a background. I was Royal Marine, then I went to Army, and then within, 4 or 5 years of coming out of the military, I have this job, and that's it. My life's honestly, it feels my life's ruined. Every day I watch my heart rate.
Have you got uncomfortable heartbeats as well? Like, do you feel like your heart's
ventricular tachycardia is
the electrical pulse.
It's the lethal one, though. Of all the arrhythmias, it's the lethal one. So they installed a defib, and 2 weeks after getting out of hospital, I was heading to work on the train, and I'd scurried over the bridge to get to their platform, and I sat down in the train, and it started to shock me. So for the next 2.5 hours, I had multiple shocks, about 7. I got electrocuted 7 times on the train. I blocked the Glasgow to Edinburgh route for 2.5 hours, and I was on the fucking news. But it totally has caused anxiety now. Now, I was a manager of a large security team. I've had to change jobs because I can't get involved in that kind of hostile situations.
No, this is the thing, mate. Like, this is why I'm speaking out, mate. This is why I've been speaking out for 2 years, mate. I've done so much to raise awareness, to find other people like you, because to give you a quick example, if I go to that UK inquiry and that Scottish inquiry with only 300 people in my group, now, 2 months ago, I only had 180 people in the group, and nobody knows these groups exist. See now, every day, every week. So, what I'm saying to you, mate, is, give me a DM, Sean. Is it Sean or whatever your name is? Give me a message, mate, and I know a very good cardiologist down in London, mate, and just like what you said there, see in regards to the cardiologists and doctors, none of them will put pen to paper because they work under the establishment, and that establishment is the NHS, who work under the WHO. Under the WHO, they still can maintain that this thing is safe and effective. Therefore, the NHS need to stay within the parameters and cannot say it, because if they put pen to paper, they're shut down and they're told they're a conspiracy theorist. That is why no doctor's putting pen to paper with it, mate. That is the facts.
100%. I'm loving some of the comments getting antsy because I went from Marines to Army, but it was because of the trade, all right? The Marines didn't do that. But regardless, let's move on. Okay. Thanks, mate. I will DM you. I'm in the car, so I'm going to pop off, guys. But I'm going to keep listening in. It's good. Right. Well done.
Take care. Thank you.
Catch you later.
Take care of yourself, mate.
Bringing people together. That's what it's all about. Look, helping the nation. That's what we're doing. Bring the noise. Thank you.
This is the thing, mate. Like, there is just so many people out there that are affected by it. The list of the Pfizer documentations which had the adverse, I could highlight at least 20. It goes from gut issues, neurological issues, cardiovascular issues, clotting issues. It has so many elements of danger. I cannot blame everything on it. You know, I can't blame everything on it, but people need to realise if you took that thing and your health has went downhill, whether that means menstrual cycles changed, whatever, there are so many people that have been affected by it, and when it goes wrong in Scotland, the person that needs to pick up the pieces, the government and the NHS pieces, is fucking me and others that are in that group. And this is why I do what I do. I made a promise to whoever's up there. Me personally, I think we're in some sort of spiritual war right now. Evil is winning, but good has got to fucking overcome it, because I made the biggest and hardest prayer I'd ever made in my life to make as much noise about this as possible, to try and help as many people as possible. There's that guy there. I can put him in contact with a very good cardiologist down in London who can tell him that was down to that vaccine. So, like I said, this is why I do what I do. And I was suicidal, and I know for a fact that with people out there that took it, doctors aren't helping them, nobody's telling them what it is, and what happened is they went and fucking ended their life. I know that for a fact, because I was that guy. I wanted to fucking kill myself. I wanted to die, but I'm still here, and I'm still raising as much awareness as possible as on this subject.
And everyone who don't know what the British culture is, that's it. Don't give up. Don't bow down. And like another way they're attacking us at the moment on YouTube, they're bringing out a new thing. So we all know about all these new supplements that are flooding in, the Shility and the lion's mane and all these other things that are really good for our health. But YouTube are saying unless it's been verified by the WHO, you will not be able to advertise it on YouTube anymore. You will be censored. So these supplements that are coming out helping millions of people around the world are suddenly being censored and
yeah. Speaking of supplements, mate, I'm just about to open up my supplements just now. The thing is as well, anybody who is into supplements, don't buy from Holland and Barrett. Holland and Barrett's been bought over by Big Pharma. Everything I get, I try and get from very good sources. I use pure encapsulation. The thing is as well, one thing that really pisses me off is there's a lot of people out there that claim they can reduce the spike protein, blah, blah, blah. Listen, I speak to top doctors, like Dr. Asim Malhotra. I speak to people who work under Dr. Malone and McCulloch and all that in America. If they can't tell me what can reduce the spike protein, how can anybody claim that supplements can? There is ones that can help, such as NAC. NAC will help reduce any clotting factors. I take NAC every day. It's a good supplement. It's a good. It's something that everybody should be taking, in my opinion. But people need to.
This is just our opinion, guys. Nothing else. We're just talking. That's all. We're not medically trained.
No.
We're talking from our experiences, that's all.
Yeah. Like I say, mate, the evidence is damning, and when people start to realise that the injection was the biggest There's someone saying Dr. Mullen's a bit dodgy. Agreed. I mean, there is. I mean, I know things in the background that are happening with these guys. Dr. Asim, very good with me. Asim and me were in the same. We were in the same documentary. I speak to him. He's over in India right now. He messages me all the time to see how I'm getting on. He's a very good cardiologist with myself. He's a very, very good man. He's doing good work because what he's doing is he's educating other doctors. He's going around educating other doctors. But I don't know, a guy came in there like a spaceship, man. Is that the alien coming?
He's just walked in from another universe. Carry on, Bree. So
I thought he was coming in there to speak, but we've just got to be. Like I said to you,
I'll speak in a minute. I'm just sat on a bus.
All right. When you see this, mate, when you see that line, you just can't unsee the rest. You know. Yeah. When I was in my bed a year and a half ago, I was sitting watching because the only person that was talking about it was that mad bastard. You know that mad bastard. Infowars. What's his name?
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones. Right. So I'm sitting and I'm like, he's the only person speaking about this. He's the only person that's fucking. And I'm like, he's a fucking nutter. And I'm sitting watching right now. Let's just put things into perspective.
Now, David Icke was talking about it as well, to be fair.
Yeah, David Icke was, right? So, what I was watching Alex Jones cover was he was covering the transgender stuff. And it was like, these transgenders are reading stories to kids and they're educating the kids. And I'm like, this was a year and a half ago, and I'm going, nah. That's not going to come to Scotland. That's not going to come to my country, you know. The Scottish are hard fucking men and all that. If I'm being honest with you, Scotland's fucking asleep, by the way. Scotland's very asleep and don't know what's going on. And I'm sitting there, so you've got Edinburgh Fringe, and you fast forward to this year at the Edinburgh Fringe, and what have they got? They've got fucking drag queen story time. And I'm sitting going, surely not. Why the fuck have we got something that dresses like a fucking overweight, fucking ugly fucking stripper reading to a child from 2 to 6 years old? This go and look it up now. Drag queen story time. I'm sorry.
What it is, though? Do you know what it is? It's Satanism. It's satanic, a lot of this shit.
100%, man.
It's satanic. And that's the same with the COVID and stuff, yeah? It's same as the COVID and stuff. They have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. Yeah. Then you're part of the ritual. Like, and the way I look at it, it's like this. If you're selling apples, yeah, and they're poisoned, and you tell the person who's buying them, they're poisoned apples, and they buy it, then that's on them. So you're part of that ritual, you know what I mean? And that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you take
that's
that
their
one.
belief, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, like their belief. If they tell you that they're going to murder you, then it's your fault, really, because you didn't do anything to stop that. So
yeah,
there's their message. There's their message right there to humanity. Come and stop us if you can.
Yeah. Like I say, if you
think you're odd enough.
they say that, you know, if they're part of this ritual and all that, like I say, I think there is some sort of fucking evil war going on right now, and I personally think there's somebody looking over me, and that's why I'm possibly still here. Because I made that promise, and I honestly said that. I said I will make as much noise about this as possible. After that, I hope so, mate. But I still think I will go in the middle of the night one time, if I'm being honest with you. And I hope that everybody will, you know, remember me for someone that tried to make a difference and try and help as many people as possible. And what I'm saying is, I watched a movie when I was in my bed, and it was that movie with DiCaprio in it, and it was Don't Look Up. And I'm sitting going, you know, and he speaks about in the movie a fucking, what was it, a meteor going to hit the earth, and we've got a year and a half to get rid of it, and the media aren't talking to him, and they're talking about other things. And then near the end of the movie, he's out in the street and he's screaming, "This is going to kill us, this is going to fucking kill us." Then you find out that fucking DiCaprio's part of the WEF. And I'm sitting going, is that his way of telling everybody? That vaccine's going to kill everybody. This is my get-out way of telling you all.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
I just think of this. I just think of this possible tsunami scenario, and just and one of the most hardcore surfers in the world just jumping on the wave, going bum to the bum. That's how you survive the apocalypse. He's just riding the wave all the way.
It's honestly scary times. We are really in scary times, and if we don't band together, men are not men anymore.
They're weakening us by energy fields they're using to strip us of our masculinity, but they're also using the heavy metals that are known to turn. Because they've been researching how to turn rats gay and all sorts of things because they wanted to research that on us. That's why they're making us. And that's why the alpha gene has been diminishing over. I heard it on the radio a few years ago when I was at work. The alpha gene has been diminishing in the male species over a long time, 30, 40, 50 years. And
don't produce
part of that is
testosterone now.
The masculinity of males, because they're the only thing that's going to fight you. If a true alpha males are going to fight you, so if you try and feminize the males, you're going to make it a lot easier to conquer whoever.
Break up the family units, offer the single girls.
Which is what I try to do next year. Try and take the kids to break up the family unit next year.
Yeah. You only have to look. You only have to leave the house in the morning and look up in the sky and see all the chemtrails above you to see what's going on.
And that's the thing. Like, if I was to go back 2-3 years ago and people said all this to me, I would be like, "You're fucking nuts."
Yeah.
But when you look at it, I was sitting out the front, so I need to try and sit out the front as much as I can and get as much vitamin D, because vitamin D, the sun is what helps you, right? Now I'm sitting out the front the other day on Saturday morning, and I'm looking, going, right, okay, all these lines, and then I'm looking, I filmed it, and I'm like, look at this. Now you can see it in plain sight. If it was they came to a country or whatever, you can see that one will evaporate, but the other one will stay in the sky. Next minute, my son had gone. After half an hour, grey skies, everything, and I'm like that. And I don't know what's in it, and I don't think many people do know what's in it. I think it's definitely there to block out the sun. I think it's there because the sun is a healer. The sun comes from God, our spirit. That's what heals you, and that's what I'm finding is with myself, my health's dipped since the weather's changed because I need that sun. That sun is a healer.
It's got small particles of metals, and it's got fluoride in it as well. Because there was a documentary on this little island, and the trees and everything was dying on the island, but above them was all the chemtrails. So they got these scientists down there to take water samples of the rain when it happened. And there was hardly any people on this, but in the water samples there was small particles of metal in them.
And it causes drought. They know it to cause drought, and they do it on purpose. It dries up the land, and the trees get dry and everything. It's just they know that they're doing it on purpose. They're polluting the water. You see them; they've been caught polluting the water with fluoride. Left, right, and centre.
Even just toothpaste has got it in it.
Just to give you a bit of background as well, my partner's actually a dentist. Okay, she started looking into the fluoride thing. She started to look into it in a more academical view, try to look at it in a more, as a dentist should. And now she won't take it. So she now knows because it affects the pineal gland or something in the brain. So because of that affects your. I think it just affects a lot of your thinking process. It can cause depression and stuff. Yeah. So again, these are things that it just seems to be that. I done the podcast with Alex Mitchell, the guy who lost his leg, and what he said in the podcast was, he says, "Do you know what the problem is?" He says, when you go down all these rabbit holes, there's a fucking carrot at the bottom of every one of them now.
Giant carrot.
The problem is that the elite kind of use these rabbit holes as well. They kind of put an extreme twist on the end of it. So, like this chat now, everyone was agreeing, but as soon as we started talking about fluoride in the toilet, people going, conspiracy theories, here we go, blah, blah, blah. But that's because we've been programmed with this whole conspiracy theory. Like, them two words were made up by the CIA.
Exactly.
And you hear resistance just like, meh.
Yeah.
We just
Can
can't.
I ask something?
Yes.
Sorry. How many people are there in England?
How many people? About
4 million, I believe.
How many people run the country?
Yeah.
Not many. But they got
Come
army
on,
and
man.
lots of
What's
things like
going
if we
on,
act
bro?
stuff,
What is going on? What are we doing?
unless
What
we
are we
actually
really
survive,
doing?
But this is
unless we
Come
what I'm
on.
saying. What are we
You've
going
got
to
a good
do?
point. You've got a good point there. And who put them there? Who put them there? We put them there. We give them that right to sit there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I
No,
mean?
but the thing is, anybody that's currently running the country right now, they were not voted in; they were allocated. So Nicola Sturgeon get fucking walked away because. Do you want to know why they've all walked away? Because see, when they walk away from their power, when they walk away from that, it means they cannot be under criminal investigation when people realise that injection was the biggest lie. That's why Boris Johnson walked away. That's why Nicola. The current ones that are in power right now, they were not voted in. They were all fucking allocated in. They were told, no, I'm standing down. These people, let's be honest here, we're fucking politically homeless. Or the whole of the UK, not just Scotland and England. The whole of the UK is politically homeless, man.
Yeah, and our government is just puppets of a higher source. There's a higher source giving the orders. It's nothing to do with our government. It doesn't matter who you put there. They're all just puppets.
Well, you just have
because
to look
they're not even at the top.
So then why can't we make our own government then? Why can't, like, you just make your own government, print your own money and say, because obviously from hearing all conversations and that, I'm hearing the government's a company, they're not really government, we can access this money if we say that we're... Why aren't we all doing... I don't get why we're not all doing this. Like, and if we are doing it, and why are people charging to be free? I don't get it. Like, you go to some of these forums or whatever, and they'll say, oh, we know how to access your birth certificate, but it's going to cost this.
Yeah.
Like, we're all trying to get free together. What the hell?
Yeah, but
I don't get it.
Like the background picture there, that's Klaus Schwab. That is who's really in charge of the UK right now.
Exactly. If you were to draw a fucking Bond villain, man, that guy would be fucking. That is exactly what came out, and you know.
He's a white cat, Mr. Bond.
I would love for this.
And the thing is about them, they do tell you what they're going to do on that World Economic Forum. You only have to watch the videos on YouTube, and they tell you what their plans are.
I would love anyone that's a troll that's on here to come up and speak, because why don't you come up instead of us just rhyming off it? Why don't you come up, Dara, and have a conversation with us to educate yourself in a way? To go, instead of you sitting there being a fucking BBC, you're going to sit and fucking donate to the BBC Children in Need for fucking people that protected Jimmy Savile and the fucking rest of them. Do you know what I mean?
These people don't want change. They just want to come on here and troll people.
But why don't they come up and have a conversation to understand? Because
the boxes are full at the moment, so no one can actually join. So
he hasn't got enough followers anyway.
Yeah. No one's requested anyway. Someone keeps saying that they've requested, but I've got no requests.
Someone's saying, how long do I think it is until World War III? I'm telling you right now, you're in World War III.
It is happening.
You're in World War III. You're in a silent war. You're in a silent war, and the end goal is to keep us all fucking under their illusion, under their spell of believing what they say, and you will be controlled. Exactly what's happening in China. They're doing this CBD shit and whatever the fuck it is, you know what I mean? It's all coming to light. They want you under a one world system, one world government, one world thingy, and it's all coming to light. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Well, they say you'll own nothing and be happy. I'm sure that's been said recently.
And the thing is...
15 minutes doing your thing for them.
Yeah, but the thing is, the younger generation, the kids that are growing up, they're being indoctrinated with this stuff. So
they're using the schools to do it, bro.
Yeah,
all this wokery, all this pushing this LGBTQ. But you know what they do? They now support they encourage mental health. I'll say something that's a little bit controversial here, maybe might not like it, but any person, especially at a young age, that believes that they want to chop their dick off and become a woman has mental health issues.
Yeah.
We should not be turning around and saying, "Oh, we can supply you with this testosterone. we can think about giving you an operation. No, these people should be given hard counselling and find the true, real reason of why these people feel the way they do, instead of encouraging it, indoctrinating it in our schools. It's sick, in my opinion.
But listen, I was I was saying the same thing to my wife here. I goes, listen, they've got to be careful of this mental health thing, and people trying to go under. They've got mental health, which some people do, but there's some people out there that bend the system. But what I'm saying is, because the government are pushing this mental health thing and they've been pushing it on TV, people will start saying, "Oh, I've got mental health," just to claim certain things. But I think the plan is, if you claim mental health, they can take shit off you straight away.
Yeah, I do.
Do you get what I'm saying? Because they'll be like, "No, we'll take your baby, we'll take this from you because you've claimed mental health for X amount of years, and we don't trust you."
So in regards to the mental health, if you look at the last 5 years, right, they've fucking really pushed the mental health game, right? They've really pushed it. Now, what happens to people like me that have been affected by that injection, right? See, when we go into the hospital and we're claiming we've got heart issues and we've got all these issues, when the doctors do the bloods, they can't find anything. When they do all these tests, they can't find anything. What is the first thing they tell everybody they've got? Have you got any anxiety? That's what they use your mental health. Listen, they used it that much against me. I ended up having to actually go to a psychiatric ward to check myself in because they used it that hard against me. And they turned around and I said, I need someone to assess me because I don't know what's going on. The doctors are telling me this is all in my head, even though I was in a wheelchair and I couldn't stand up. I was in a fucking wheelchair after 6 weeks of taking a thing. FND's another one. Functional neurological disorder. That's what they try and tell everybody they've got as well. FND. FND is something that only came out about 4 or 5 years ago. Now, what that means is you've got neurological, right? You've got neurology, right? Then what you've got under, now, you go back to 2010, you would have neurology and you'd have all these issues, right? It would spider graph off, right? What happens is now, you get neurology, then you've got FND, then it spirals it off. All FND is we don't have a diagnosis, but we'll give you a label and expect you guys to all kind of deal with it. And just to go back to the kids, a child is a sponge, right? If you start introducing sexual things to a child, whether it's talking about penises or fucking whatever, that child has never even thought about that, right? Why would a child think about that? You know, a child just thinks that that's there to piss out or blah, 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 right? If you're going to start to let a child think that that's for anything other than that, and they start to think a man can be a man can be a woman, and a man can be pregnant and all this kind of, you are doing nothing but confusing that child to make them think. Do not force it on them. Do not allow them to think like that. And I'm sorry, if you're a parent and you're allowing that thing, you're not a true parent in my mind.
Yeah, so I think it's a form of child abuse, man. Maybe that's a bit extreme, but in my eyes, it's a form of child abuse, I think.
Yeah, it's type of grooming, really. You know what I mean? When you get them at a young age and you're pushing them in a certain direction, then you're grooming them, aren't you? At the end of the day, so.
But you know what?
We've been a kid, right? And like
TV,
those people older than you would try and keep you away from that kind of stuff, you know? They'd try and shelter you from it almost up until a certain age, where then they'd let you be a little bit more free. These days, they're wanting to sexualise children. I really don't get it. They want children. I think my oldest lad, he started sex education, or they started doing sex education in a 5. Come on, can any 5-year-old be learning anything to do with sex education? 5, 6? No, they should not.
But this is the thing, because we're a generation, we can see like the old world and coming into this new world, a new system. But because of the indoctrination on the kids, they're not going to know the past, the old world. They're just going to be indoctrinated into this new system, and they're not going to know any difference. Like 100%. We can see that what we're going into is evil, but they're not going to see that because they've already been indoctrinated into it.
Yeah. Well, let's just go to the. Sorry. I just want to add something as well, right? Now, they talk about this depopulation agenda, right? Now, someone prove me wrong here. You're handing out an injection which is killing and injuring thousands of people and stopping men from reproducing and women reproducing, right? Then you take a child and then you try and confuse a child into believing a boy can become a girl and a girl can become a boy. So therefore that child goes through all this fucking bullshit, right? All this bullshit, and then what happens is they start giving them puberty blockers, and that child will never ever be able to reproduce. Yeah. That is exactly what they're trying to do. My opinion, and the thing is, I'm 38. I've got 2 tattoos when I was 17-year-old. 2 tattoos at 17-year-old. I regret those tattoos, right? I've got other tattoos I don't, but I've got these 2 that I regret when I was 17, right? I regret getting those tattoos when I was 17. A child wants to change its sex by the age of 9 or 10. Yeah. So how are they going? And by the way, there's a place in Glasgow and it's called the Sandyford. They have so many court cases against them because what happens is, see, when they're actually talking to them, they actually make the child believe they want to become a woman or a boy or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And what happens is, what actually they're saying is, I was just gay. I didn't realise I was gay, but there was a language they were using. There's a girl on your chat, mate, who actually used to work in one of these Rainbow Initiative schools. Her name's Lex. You should bring her up because she's got a story in herself, mate. And what she's seen.
We're full up at the moment, yeah, but...
Do you want me to drop out and you can let her in, mate? Because she'll tell you what she's seen firsthand.
Before you go, though, Greg,
I'll listen. If you're going to drop out, I'll listen because she can tell you firsthand what she's seen in that school.
But no, it's fine.
No, you should bring her up because her views are very good, mate. She's interesting.
Yeah,
just fucking bring her up.
I'll drop you a message, mate, about podcasting and the YouTube side of things. I'll drop you a message later on.
Yeah, please do, man. Yeah,
no worries, man. All right, take care, man. Enjoy your day, people.
Brink, what's your channel? We got people asking on the YouTube channel what your channel. You're on Spotify, aren't you?
So if you're on Spotify, it's Bring the Noise Podcast. You'll see the glasses. So just Bring the Noise Podcast. The exact same on YouTube, but I think you need to put at Bring the Noise or Bring the Noise Podcast. And then on Rumble, just Bring the Noise Podcast as well. On Twitter, I put them on Twitter as well because, on Twitter, they get about 50,000 views on Twitter. On Twitter, it's just Nodge, NOHJ_85 or Bring the Noise. You'll see it in Bring the Noise on Twitter. But like I said, the Spotify's the best one, so Bring the Noise and you'll see the sunglasses. But I think you should bring up that girl, Lex, because like I say,
you're more than welcome to join if you want to. I'll let you request. It's up to you.
I'm gonna jump out.
Don't be a shy.
Nice being up here, though, man.
Thank you for
keep it going, man. Definitely. But listen, everyone, on this live. Everyone needs to get together, man.
100%.
Serious. If we're gonna make a change, we need to get together and have serious talks. Forget talking on here. You need to, because they know what we're doing. So you have to. Do you get what I'm saying? It's mad. But we have to meet up. Say, unscripted.
There's a date going on, guys. If you're interested, on the 16th of next month, there is a few of us that decided that we're going to meet up in the capital with a picnic and a nice warm jacket and just spend the day in the capital of London. So, it's 16th, yeah.
Which part?
Anyone's interested?
Yeah.
Do you know what part?
Regent's Park is big, Hyde Park's big. But Hyde Park's 2 police, Regent's Park's probably a bit easier.
I've saved a post. It does say about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Talk about it again tomorrow.
Yeah.
The date is the 16th. But even if, we said Trafalgar Square, for instance, to everyone, and then the 2 parties maybe join up.
Down the road from Buckingham, isn't it?
But yeah.
All right, cool, guys.
There's a lot of us that can all connect with each other. I speak to a lot of people that do rallies down in London. They do things for the kids and that. If you want to connect, like I say, I've got a Telegram channel as well called Bring the Noise. We do a lot of things in Scotland. Like I say, I try and attend as many as I can, but my health's not the best. But I'll drop out and let that lassie speak,
Okay.
Hi, sorry, I don't know your name.
Andy.
Oh, hi Andy, I'm Lex. Yeah, I now bring the noise off other platforms, off Twitter and stuff like that. Just normally speaking about the COVID issues and lockdowns and obviously vaccine injury and that. But I'm on long-term sick for a legal matter from work, and I went to work in a school which is a paid Rainbow Trans Initiative friendly school. It's a primary school which is in the northwest, and basically this runs from a nursery age of age 3 to 5, and then a normal primary school which is 5 years old to 11. I was working with an extra needs child in the school, so we basically had the run of the school and pretty much where we wanted to go. Come here, mate. And in the time that I was there, the 12 months, I've been into my own daughter's school in between. The framework for PHSE, what they're doing in these schools is we're Catholic, so my daughter's in a Catholic school. You can opt out of religion in a Catholic school. You can opt out of sex education in a Catholic school or any other school. So the school I was working in, we have Muslim children that obviously don't want to do, well, not obviously, some of them won't do Christmas and some of them won't do the sex education, and that's fine. Yeah. But you are not allowed to opt out.
That's not true in Scotland, like. For the schools, you can't drop that.
You can't drop which sex ed. Well, I can only speak for England, which is where I worked. I can only
in Scotland?
Yeah, I can't speak for Scotland. I'm not sure about their framework and legal issues.
Well, just look at the SNP's values, they're all set to destroy Scotland by taking away our men. They're halfway there already. Come on in.
Yeah, no, 100%.
They're all saying about this, by the way. It's a joke.
Yeah, so anyway, with the sex education and stuff like that, you can opt out. And what the issue is that this is mandatory. The trans-friendly stuff, the relationship stuff, when it comes under the PHSE framework, they do it under the guise of being a relationship, and you're not allowed to opt out of relationships within the framework. And I've got books there, and well, I can't really say what evidence I've got from it because obviously I was working in a school. But basically, you've got books like when Kayla was Kyle, and there's a little boy touching the mirror and then he's in a dress in the mirror. And then there's other things, me, Daddy David and Daddy Yaga. And then obviously, you know, there's not there's not a white person on the cover. There's not. Normally we like to be inclusive and we like to have equality, but there's not so many white straight people who are kicking rounds on the front covers of these books is what I've found, which is no bother. I'm not, you know, homophobic or anything like that. But you know, when you're from an area that's a decent area and that your daughter is straight and she's white and she's privileged, inverted commas, she feels sorry for everyone else, and then she's being told that, you know, you might be trans, you might be gay, you might be this, that and the other, but these children may be gay, they're gay children, and they're being told they're in the wrong body. And I've had first-hand experience of some of these children, and they are so fucking messed up in primary school. And it's another thing, that's what I said in the comments, these are going to be big pharma customers for life. These are going to be on antidepressants, the blockers, then they're going to be, you know, in and out the mental health clinics and stuff like that. I've got a son who's was under CAMS in Alderhay a while back, and when I looked at their framework, they wanted to speak to him about suicide and self-harming and stuff like that, and he had none of those triggers whatsoever. And it's almost like they want to put these ideas into children's heads, and it terrifies me, to be honest.
Yep. It terrifies me as well. Like, I speak to my sons all the time and I tell them, if they start bringing out books and a boy's trying to dress as a girl or anything like that, I want you to get up and walk out the classroom. If they ask you where you're going, you tell them that you're going to the office to ring your dad, and then I will come and deal with the rest.
And my daughter's 9 and she was given a book, 50 of the world's greatest women, right? Yes. And 2 of them are born fucking men. And it's like, could you only find 48 great women to fill this book? Why are 2 of them geezers? Do you know what are we doing here?
You know, like we had a young lady in here yesterday. She was very heated about men, basically saying that we destroy the world and women would do so much better. But like, you need men to make
this is the issue that we've got, is that feminism is being pushed to the point where it's having a detrimental effect on the whole of society. We can't push for equality when we are not the same. You can't push for equality and diversity. You're asking for like an oxymoron. There's two different things. You're asking for two things to be the same, or you're asking for differences to be accepted, and that's what we needed.
Just look at sports. Do you think it's right that a man that's had his cut off can then fight a woman?
I don't even think women should be playing football. They shouldn't even be playing football. It's so fucking boring. The commentators, women commentating on male football is beyond, you know, even the. I just can't even put it into words. It's one of the best things in life, to be honest.
Right.
I'm not against women's football. I'm not against women's football, but.
The UK is now destroyed.
I don't mind when they commentate on football because they're coming across like a geezer. Like they're like, oh, this guy, it's like, mate, you're a woman. Talk like a woman.
Yeah, but you know what? Let's say about stay on the football. Talking about equality, you can't even have a male referee in a women's football match. All of the refs are women. All of the commentators are women. So where's the equality on that point?
Yeah. One boys are women. They just like playing manly sports. Not all women are pussies, by the way, bruv. Whoever the guy that was commenting before.
Nah, man, that's a bit.
Got to be a bit more diplomatic than that, pal.
Well,
the whole species is
diplomatic here.
You know what I mean?
It's plain and simple, that. I mean, if a woman's want to kick a ball, what's the problem?
There's different kinds of women.
Our Scottish team does better than the men, so I support women football.
Yeah, I don't mind women's football either.
No, women's football is fine. I'm just saying, when you're commentating on the football, why do they sound
let's look at the bigger picture, right, in regards to it, right? Now, I'm going to go to a certain football game that I play right now on the PlayStation, right? So I play that EA or FIFA, whatever it's called, right? Now, let's look at the bigger picture. There's a thing on it called Ultimate Team. Does anybody play FIFA at all, right?
I know about,
So what have they done recently in the Ultimate Team that has been... FIFA has been around and Ultimate Team's been around for at least 8 years. What have they started to introduce onto the field of play in EA? They've put the men and the women in the same fucking field. I got the other day, I got this fucking... You get these packs of cards, and I got a fucking 90, fucking call her Melissa, a 90 Melissa, and I'm looking going, there's a fucking 90 rated Messi. Are you trying to tell me that this woman is as good as fucking Lionel Messi, probably the greatest football player that's ever kicked a ball in fucking life? Like,
mate, but yeah, time, maybe.
What I'm saying is, nobody has an issue with women's football. Nobody has an issue with women's football. But the bigger picture is trying to reveal that men. It won't be long until a trans woman, or whatever the fuck it is, can be on the same pitch as a woman. Now are you trying to tell me he's a full blown fucking 6'3" guy, you're going in a 50-50 challenge with a fucking a female that you're not going to possibly break her leg?
Oh, look at the biggest growing sport in the world at the moment, MMA. You know, what are you going to start doing? Mixing?
They already did. They already did, didn't they? Have you heard of
that woman got absolutely devastated?
Yeah, Fallon Fox, wasn't it? I think the name was Fallon Fox, the trans female fighter, smashed a woman's skull within 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think women coming down to the fighter. It's all right that men should be fighting a woman.
No, 100%. And what they're saying is, women's sport has evolved massively. Like, women's MMA is fantastic. Look at Katie Taylor's boxing the other day. Absolutely phenomenal fight. You know, blood, sweat and tears went into that fight. Absolutely. MMA, women's football. I personally can't watch women's football. I don't. But they were wanting the same amount of money as men. I'm sorry. And again, right, let's just put things into perspective again, right? Let's put another thing into things. In regards to that EA game, right, if the women want to have their own FIFA or own EA, go and fucking have your own FIFA and EA and see how that one turns out. See how many people will buy that game, because every time I get a female in to come into my team, I just sell the fucking card or I use it. I don't put them in my team, because I will not have mixed men and women on my fucking field of play. You know, and I'm not going to have some woman called Melissa claiming she's better than better than fucking Lionel Messi.
It wouldn't happen in real life, but I get what you're saying. It's coming down to that. It's a joke.
But isn't that another way of destroying the family unit, confusing our kids, you know, mixing genders together, mixing sports together, you know what I mean? Like,
really, bruv, because, like, women have ran, like, men have ran, so I didn't see how that's confusing your kids. What we're getting taught to our kids in school, right, I'll tell you something in Scotland, right, our kids get sex ed for 6-year-old. 6-year-old. Come on.
Oh, you know, like within like COVID times, at the start of COVID, they told us to stay 1 metre distance away. Now, not many people will remember this because it only came out for like a week, but the nudge units that they use for everything, they then said, well, if we tell them 2 metres, they're more likely to stay the 1 metre that we actually want them to do. And, you know, you do it when you know someone's going to be late, or you know you're going to be late, you know, you give yourself the extra half hour or whatever. People are constantly nudging us. And, like, the things with the trans stuff that's taught in school isn't obvious. That's not a nudge. That's there in plain sight. That's there if you want to see it. Yeah. Or, you know, you can't not see it. But with the stuff like FIFA, like you've just said, you won't have a woman on your team. My son plays FIFA, and what he doesn't want the women on his team, and he says no as well. But what he says is, as soon as you bring them on the pitch, they score for you. So people will be thinking, so they're better. They are better. Every time you pack, whatever it's called, when you pack a female, the ratio of them scoring and coming on and scoring is higher than a male. So all of this is desensitising men to accept this, even by a computer.
They done a test, didn't they? They done a test in America, and what happened was they took the top athlete footballers in America, and they played them against these retired footballers. I can't remember who it was. The score was fucking like something like 15-0. It was men versus women, so it was professional football and men against the women. And it was 15-0. It was 15-0 to the guys. And I'm sitting going like that. There's the level of, you know, professionals in the sport. What I'm saying is, they're trying to push a narrative. They're trying to push something.
And men and women are the same. We're equal. When, you know, men and women have always had like a natural rivalry anyway, you know. But that is healthy.
Like soccer aid, they've mixed them in soccer aid as well. This is what I'm saying. But that's what somebody said to me. They went, let them go and have their own fucking FIFA game, EA game, and see how that one turns out.
Exactly.
Do you know, I disagree that male and females are equal, Andy. How can you say we're equal? It's like saying a cat and a dog is equal. We're the same, you know, species, but we're completely different. We've got completely different roles. You know, males, a generalism isn't that you aren't good at carers job and things like that. And, you know, obviously we're maternal. Men aren't maternal. As a generalism.
I need to jump in here. I don't believe that, right? Because I've been a single father. I was also I'm ex-army and that, right? So my first job was the army, right? When I left the army, I become a single parent, not through choice, right? And I would like to think I've done a really good job with my kid. I'm in contact with all my kids.
Well, I expect you did, but I bet if you asked your child if they could have a female role model there as well, they would have said yes.
Yeah, what I think what she's saying there, mate. I think
the female role in their life.
I think what she's saying there is women are more attentive. Nobody's sitting saying you're not a good father.
Do you know what it comes down to? Basically, what women need, and there's going to be women who are screaming about this, and I don't give a shit, to be honest. In my opinion, what women need is something to care for and someone to answer to. And males need something to build and someone to protect, and that's it. That's basically it.
I spoke to a school teacher, right? And what she said, so she was a primary school teacher, and what she said is a majority of little boys shouldn't actually be in a classroom. She found that little boys, because we're so hyper, that she found that the little boys actually were more inclined to learn when she took them out to, when they were teaching them things about the shops and stuff. They found them, right, here's £5 or whatever, between our groupies, go and spend £5 so they could understand money, and they would go and spend it on sweets. And she found that the kids were actually more inclined to learn in a better way. She said when you put kids into a school environment, what you find is mainly little girls are the ones that like to sit there and do little arts and crafts and learn in that way. But little boys tend to be more sporty, want to run about, they've got too much energy, and that's common sense, because when you've got a little boy, I've got two kids, and when you've got a little boy and you've got a little girl, you seen the difference. You know, my daughter's just a little fucking, you know, she was sitting watching telly. My boy, on the other hand, he's fucking swinging for the Christmas tree, and I'm like, fucking hell. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sitting saying that, but a majority of the kids are like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, there's also the kids that are like the
I've
girls
got
who want to.
girls, right, and they'll sit and draw all day. My boy, he just nonsense all the time. That's boy like though, I mean, we've all been little boys, Ken. We're the ones that piss in the street and that, Ken.
Do you know what's really sad though? Because the children learn in two...
You're not enjoying it, are you?
No.
Children learn in two different ways, and like boys have that extra energy and stuff like that. Do you know in the co-ed schools, girls are cannon fodder to split the boys up? So because these don't learn in the same ways, you just can't. Boys need to be building things and using a different like cortex, whatever it's called, of your brain, and girls are more, well, not often more creative, but using a different part of the brain. They need to be taught different things. Honestly, but in different styles. But I put my son into it in all boys school, and he's got ADHD. Well, whatever people say ADHD is, he's meant to be medicated for it. But he was so naughty in the all boys school because of how they're teaching them. They're teaching them the same as girls, and it's completely wrong.
Me personally,
really close to their mic.
Me personally, I've always seen women as like more of the stronger sex, and what I mean by that is, right, you fucking tell a man you can get pregnant, mate, and you're going to have to push out this fucking child, right? I tell you what, see if the roles were reversed, us men wouldn't fucking do it, because we've seen how much pain women are in, right? What I mean is, by when I say women are more stronger in a way they look after a man. And a man needs that comfort, and that's why, like, when I was ill, I was raised by my mother, so I've always been respectful to my mother. Exactly.
We need their mum.
Exactly. So
you're not a man. If you don't love your mum, I don't care.
Exactly.
You're not a mummy's boy, then you're an arsehole.
And what I'm saying is, a man needs a woman to see. Since I've got ill, by the way, I can tell you hand on heart, the amount of fucking people that I've had mainly a lot of support for is mainly women, because women are more empathetic than men. Men are too busy trying to do their own thing, which I understand. A lot of my mates, I've lost a lot of friends through what I'm doing, by the way. What happened to me? Exactly. Trust me, my list went from friends to fucking barely nothing now. But what I'm saying is, women, in my eyes, have always been the stronger sex in that aspect. I've got a lot of respect for women, and what I'm saying is, the men, we need a woman in our life, and women have their roles. Again, when it comes to sports and that, men are stronger in that avenue. You can't deny that.
You know, it's a two-way street. We need women as well. Do you know what
the problem is with society now? Common sense has went right out the fucking window.
There's not.
Exactly. I'm going through.
What the fuck has happened over
I'm going through TikTok and I'm seeing fucking people say, this guy dressed as a woman, or looks like you were born a guy, and he's sitting saying, what fucking toilet should I use? Use the fucking disabled toilet, mate, because you're not getting in a man or a woman's. There's a disabled toilet.
I've seen some of them live share.
That's it. Safe way.
I've seen some of them trans live share, and it's saying I'm a better woman than women, and it's a trans woman. You know what I mean? It's like, and people are supporting this. They're all supportive. Like, yeah, you're 100% right and shit. It's crazy. It's crazy.
But it's crazy because what happens is, when you've got these, right, so you've got like these boxes, and when you're watching them, and you sit there, and then you've got about 4 or 5 of them sitting right behind this person in the main live, right? Now, I love people coming. I would prefer people coming in. People coming into these lives and challenging, right? Because I had a guy challenge me the other day in regards to the injections, and fuck me, did he do a 360, because he realised that everything I was saying, he was like, hold on a minute here, that guy's right. When they sit there and tell me how many genders there are, in my honest opinion, there's always been 3 genders. There's always been 3. There's always been male, female, and fucking hermaphrodite, which is get both, right? That's what I've always been told, right?
I just think he's classed as a lucky cunt.
Aye, right. But when they're telling me there's this fucking, and the whole pronoun thing fuck off. Just fuck off, man. You cannot tell me that you're the fucking hero, fucking super cat, whatever you are. You cannot tell me. And this is, and I'm sorry, but it is going to get to that way if we don't. If you've got a child now, and you're not getting into that school now to go, I want to know what my kid's getting taught in regards to this. It starts with you as a parent to sit there and say, and then band the other parents together and turn around and go like that. I'm not happy about this. Are you happy about your child getting this? No, I'm not. Right, we start a petition and we get this to fuck. That is exactly how it works. The parents aren't talking to each other.
Right? So you'll get exactly what I'm on about here, right? See what you're saying there about bringing the parents together. How hard is it though?
I don't think it would be that hard if it was done in a sensible way.
Do you know why? It's absolutely impossible because do you know why? When you go into a meeting, with the school about this, do you know what they say to you? Off the record, they fucking agree with you. The head teacher agrees with you. The teacher agrees with you. The school that I worked in, when I was digging a little bit into it, I said in the staff room to one of the year 4 or 5 teachers, which was like 8 and 9, do you agree with this? He went, I don't need to agree with it. I have to teach it. And verbatim, they were his words. And this is the problem. People are coming into teaching because it's a job. They don't really care anymore. It's the same with the NHS. It's a job.
Totally agree. And then
the whole national
money too, I mean, teachers haven't really got much to moan about. I was in the army for like 10 years, right? Days off. We had no days off. They get like every school holiday that the schools put out and that, and they still want more money for what they do. You sit in a classroom, mate. Where you go to fucking
change that, isn't he? He's taking a week off their summer holidays.
Again, it's backwards. That's backwards. We need to give our armed forces more money.
100%, mate. I'm just about to say that, mate. I'm going to sit and say, as you, someone that was a veteran, someone that was in the army, mate, I'm sorry, but see the way this country is currently run right now. You guys have been, I've had the cunt taken out of me because obviously I got lied to and took the fucking biggest poison known to man, right? But the armed forces, I'm sorry, how can any armed forces, you guys should be getting something monthly, a grand a month in your fucking eye. You put your life possibly, whether you went to war or not, you signed up to put your life on the line to fucking protect this country.
See, the worst thing about it, mate, is, right, see these asylum seekers that are coming into the country, right, they're living in better digs than what we get put up in.
Yeah, that's true.
Go to Redford Barracks, right? Go to Redford Barracks, have a look at the state of Redford, right? It's a shithole. We're still housed there. It's a disgrace.
Because they're doing it to create division. They want to create that feeling, like the feeling that people are naturally getting, like, because it's totally unjust, right? We all know that. So the feeling that you're getting and the feeling that I have about it as well, because what I was thinking of doing is I was trying to get some money up to like start building, or not building, buying a property that's large enough to house many people and start getting these veterans off the street, clubbing them together, start rebuilding them up, getting their lives back together, and maybe finding a way for them to earn through online means or whatever.
Well done, sir. Well done, sir. I'm glad that people like you are out there.
There's loads of people out there that are trying to make a change. I was talking to a lad yesterday that wants to bring back like a national service sort of place where troubled teenagers, their parents, instead of them going to prison, maybe come to this place for 6 months and are taught a bit of discipline, are taught how to look after
national service. We need national service back, mate.
Yeah, I think national service will turn this nation around again. I think
2 year minimum national service. What's the problem? You know what I mean? You're leaving the school, you're going directly into something that's going to learn you respect for your country and other people. What's the problem? It's not a hard job.
The honest answer is, mate, do you want to protect this country anymore? Because the only people you're protecting is the fucking government.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you.
I've been everywhere in the world. I love Scotland. I love coming home to Scotland. I love being in Scotland. But see, when I walk in my front door and see the state of Scotland, I'm ashamed.
You know what? This is my honest truth here. If the government come to my door and they said, look, Britain's gone to war, you need to join the army or whatever and be enrolled in, I'll tell them to jog on, because I'd say, look at the girls that have been groomed up and down this country, look at the people that you put in jail because they've spoken out, look at the mess that the country's in. You've got veterans on the streets. I ain't fighting for none of.
I
wouldn't fight for this country.
Sorry, I wouldn't tell him to jog on, but I would say to him, look, when the enemy comes to my shores, you'll see me in the trenches.
The enemy comes to your shores every single day, between 500 and 1,200 walking every day, and they do not want you to sign up. They do want national service because they are the soldiers that they are incorporating into this country on a daily fucking basis, which is why we don't protect our shores.
Exactly, right? And who's doing it? It's not us, right? We don't have money to do that, right? Our government's allowing these people in, right? They know that they're dangerous to our society because they want to assimilate to normal society, right?
Exactly.
I have no problem with Muslims,
but
anybody, as long as you assimilate into the UK and you take this as your country. If not, fuck off, go back.
Well, here's the thing. Why would you go out to Iraq and all these places to fight terrorism when you stood in the post office in this country? When you stood in the post office in this country and one of them could be standing behind you in the queue, it's bullshit.
My honest opinion.
Iraq, mate, it wasn't like that in this country.
My honest opinion is they're here to protect that government, and I'm going to go back to what I said earlier on today. They are here when the world discovers that they were injected with the biggest lie, and everybody stands up and they realise that their family member died or their health went downhill because of it. When people start to realise the excess deaths have went up because of that injection and they were forced to take it whether they worked or to go to nightclubs or go and fucking travel, whatever reason, and when everybody realises that our government handed out something that is killing and still continuing to kill and injure people, these people that are coming over, they are there to protect them, they are protecting the government. You know, I seen a video the other day and the guy who does the... what are they called? The ones that take down the ULEZ cameras, you know, the Blade Runners.
Yeah,
I'm sitting there. Yeah, so that guy went to the security. The security guards came out for the Blade Runners, and not one of them were English. Not one of these guys were English. And I said, why are these guys? So this goes to show you, if they're there to protect the ULEZ, which is working for the government, what's going to happen? And let's remember, in the UK, we have no fucking arms, we have no fucking weapons. We have zero weapons, we have zero firearms. And the thing, I don't know if any of you heard the video that was on TikTok a while ago, the TikTok a few months ago, and it was a girl who basically, she runs one of these hotels, and she said she was down in Bristol, in between Bristol and London. She got a package handed. She's been taking on one of these government things.
And the grenades and that. That's UN, by the way. That's the UN.
Exactly. Now, whether that's true or not, that's fucking scary.
Listen, mate, you know, the UN are fucking pussies.
Yeah, but also,
that's where they are. The UN are pussies.
Also, did you notice who the security was?
See what you're saying about the weapons, right? In Scotland, we can't even own a 2.2 air rifle. You know that, right? So
they're just relaxing laws of 7.62 millimeter.
Defend ourselves when these fuckers up here with AKs and that.
But here's the thing as well. Did you notice who the security was on all these vaccine centres? You know where the people were going to get the vaccine? It was the immigrants who was the security members on all these vaccine centres.
I think there was a lot of, just where I was, mate, I noticed a lot of them were Scottish actually, so
well, in England it was different.
It was, but I mean...
No, you just said about that ULEZ, I don't know if you looked at it, John, but they made, in 4 months, guess how much they made from ULEZ in Glasgow, just Glasgow alone.
We've only got Les.
£20,000 shy of £500,000, £500,000 in the first 4 months of ULEZ in Glasgow. I mean, no wonder this is what it's been.
This is exactly what I'm saying about my country, my own fucking country, my own place, Glasgow. Do I mean a place that's meant to be hard, and people are fucking being complicit and allowing to fucking pay for it? Fucking everybody should just take their cars in and go fuck a lot of yous. Everybody with the cars, like everybody take their car in, gridlock the fucking city and go like that. No, we've had enough.
You've got no one fighting the fight up there then, like the Blade Runners. No one in Scotland fighting that.
Scotland's fucking a walkover right now.
Mate, Scotland's a fucking joke, mate. I can honestly say, I've been down to London many times. A lot London guys, you guys know what the fuck's going on. Because but Scotland, mate, we are fucking so fucking asleep. Whatever the hell you want to say. I hate using the word awake. They just don't have a clue.
Frank, I tell you, mate, fucking. Come on. He's bang on the button. We are fucking.
We're weak. We're fucking weak, mate. Right? Fucking William Wallace has fucking tucked his dick between his legs at this point and wearing that kilt as a skirt.
Mate. He's fucking clocking.
Clock.
You know what I mean? It's like, look at what we come for and what we've been reduced to. Come on.
Like I say, mate, you know yourself, mate. I don't know where you're from. I'm from Glasgow originally.
I'm from Fife, mate.
Right, so you're not far from me. I'm actually staying near that way.
I came with your brother. Like, it's cool. I didn't say too much on this.
Aye, but see, in regards to, you know, you've got Celtic and Rangers in this fucking city. You've got grown fucking men that will go and fight war between Celtic and Rangers, which half of them are off. At this point in time, I'm actually ashamed at the fucking whole Celtic Rangers thing, because I personally think you're all sitting there and you all want to bar each other, which are all Scotsmen, by the way. A majority are all Scotsmen. They all want they want to be British or they want to be Irish. Fucking shut up, man. You were born under the saltire. Fucking wear the saltire and wear it proud. But you're all standing. You're all fucking standing.
That's the only fucking flag that counts in Scotland, by the way.
Exactly, but then I go into Glasgow city centre a few months ago and I've got fucking more Palestinian flags waving in my own fucking city, with half of the people that want to march there, because they done it a few weeks ago. They had a big massive Palestinian march, and I turn around to half of the Glaswegians and go, right, okay, go and invite 5 of them round for a fucking meal. Bring round, let's have a party and bring your Palestinian mates round for a party. Understand, you can't do it because you don't know it. You are getting brainwashed into believing something else. The people that you should be fighting against, and the only flag you should be flying in my fucking country is the Scotland flag, and you should be standing up and see that Holyrood. There should be tens of thousands, 100,000 outside that Holyrood right now with picket signs.
Fucking burning, mate. Hams are fucking useless. What to bring over? How many fair Palestine?
Yeah, but do you know why he wants to do that? Because his family's over there. It's bullshit.
I get that, bro, but...
Yeah, no, it's bullshit.
Did you actually see his fucking mom-in-law? She's white.
Exactly.
Why the fuck is she in Palestine? Come on.
Exactly.
Get them to fuck. Right, this is our country. This is our country.
We can call them all the names under the sun. We all seem to agree who the enemy is.
Well, let me tell you what myself and another bunch of people are actually trying to actively do in Scotland. There's actually my friend, his name's Robert. Go and check him out. Inspiration. He actually wants to do a fucking new political party in Scotland. In my honest opinion, if there is one country that has the greatest chance to take a change, it's Scotland. We only have a nation of 5 million, 4.5 million people. That is the honest answer. If Scotland was to stand up and make a change regarding saying that vaccine's killed millions, injured millions, it was a fucking lie. If we understand, get rid of the low emission zones, we stop all these illegal immigrants coming into Scotland, we can make Scotland great again, and we can make the fucking echo around the world, and echo into England and echo into Ireland.
You actually looked at the stats on London, just the stats alone for London, right? 15% is fucking Muslim now. 15%.
Well, there is a country that's already made a change over the last
15%.
Over the last 2 weeks.
The Christian belief in London is 26. 15% Muslim. Come on.
Yeah, but
that's not fast.
But there is a country that hasn't made a change in the last 2 weeks, and that's Holland.
Because they've got bogs, mate. They don't give a fuck.
And that's what we need.
Yeah, we need a bit of a Holland action.
Because you need everybody who knows what's going on. Trust me.
Mate, Denmark will not take in their pass either. They've got zero tolerance to any Islam coming into their country.
See in 2020.
This isn't against Islam, by the way. I'm going to make this
No, nobody does, mate. Nobody does, but we can see the issues it's causing, right?
Assembly in our society, and this is your country first, right? Has to be your country first. You've ran away from a war. You've asked us to protect you. We're giving you that. And what? You want to come into your country and take the pass? Mate, fuck off.
Like I said,
Stab our people, rape our women. No.
In 2020, a lot of people couldn't see what was going on. I mean, a lot of people did, but see now in 2023, you speak to a lot more people and they start to realise the injection was a lie and people are starting to get pissed off. There is no other better opportunity now to actually try and make a difference in this country. So I would start getting people together. Fuck the current fucking politicians that are in power right now. Someone needs to take a stand. Someone needs to take a... You know, there can be an opportunity for change here. But
right now, right? You watched that piss with Tommy Robinson?
Aye, fucking all over it, mate.
That's a fucking joke. It makes me the biggest mistake because they have shown their two-tier policy, right? I hope the fuck, right? They banned him out of London. Right? He lives in Luton, right? So they banned him out of London. What the fuck? These guys are a joke, man, right? They're doing that so that it can't walk.
So do you know why Tommy Robinson got arrested?
Yeah.
Because the anti-Semitic protest leaders didn't want him there. They told the police to get rid of him. That's why he was arrested.
You watch the BBC too fucking much, or Sky News. There's other news channels that suggest to start looking for them, right?
Yeah.
Don't believe that.
I know there is. I'm not believing no hype, mate. He was arrested because the protest leaders did not want him there.
None of them had a problem with Tommy. Tommy's a Zionist, mate.
He's got no quiet area. You can't hear you.
It's that Martin. He's
Tommy Robinson's a Zionist, mate. Why they got a problem?
I've heard
that Martin needs
I've heard
to man. It's too much
the same guy, same faith. There's been an imam. He's well known as a certain imam, and I've seen a video where they were comparing his faith.
Once again, I've seen the same video. That's not Tommy, by the way. That's
no?
Are you really being that fucking? Oh my God, man! Are you really being that blind?
Do you know what happens? Do you know what happens with this though? We've all.
That can make you fucking look like you're wearing a skirt.
Tommy Robinson is the most divisive person who says what we say because he's so inflammatory. And it's divide and conquer with this, right? I don't mind what Tommy Robinson says. I don't give a fuck about him, to be honest. He's very useful and I understand that. But what happened the other day is that it looked like a fucking circus and it looked like it was staged. And to me, I've been called a Muslim sympathist and this, that and the other because I don't believe in Tommy Robinson. I believe mostly what he stands for and a lot of what he says, but I do not trust the cunt as far as I can throw him. Now, when you say that, people get all up in the feelings because they want to trust someone so fucking much. They need to have some spearhead flagship hero going on, and you can't do that. You can't put your trust in one person. He's arranged a protest the week before and he fucked off in a taxi. Fine, that's his business. He's turned up this week. He's doing videos from the back of a police van. Okay, he's made an explanation in inverted commas for that. I think it was a bit far-fetched myself, but that's fine again. But the thing is, I can't say to someone, I'm pro this country, and people think I need to be anti-Muslim or anti-Jewish and stuff like that. I've got Jewish links. I live in a Jewish community. That's fine, but I don't want to support fucking Israel. I'm sick to fuck of Israel, Ukraine, Gaza, and everyone else.
You're saying with Tommy, right? But he's the only person that I'm seeing in Britain today.
He looks like he's on a Zionist payroll to me.
And also the thing about Tommy is he did go to prison. He did do the time for it. Like, you can say what you want about him, but the thing is, he could have been killed in that prison.
What I could say, so to counter what you're saying, that he's been to prison lots of times. So people have been to prison lots of times.
He was in prison though for
100%.
For filming.
He's not going to jail.
For filming.
And he was in the jail for. What was that so-called?
Okay, so he constantly asks for money. By 11 o'clock the next morning, everyone from the old EDL members to fucking National Front members were asked to crowdfund the court stuff the next morning.
He gets money.
He gets loads of money, yeah, he does. Now, that's all very well and good. He can ask for money again. But when people are trying to counter me by saying, well, he's been to prison for it, people who've been to prison are often not of the best.
For that. He was in prison. The first jail sentence they done.
I know, I understand. That's fine. And I've partially read both books.
Yeah, but the thing was, all he was doing was filming outside a courtroom.
Tommy's never been done for anything racial or that, by the way.
No, I've got nothing against them, but I don't trust the situation. I don't trust it. I think he's useful, but I don't trust them.
Aye, useful. That's is what I'm trying to say.
He's useful to both parties. He's going to end up being the fucking pin the tail on the donkey for them pushing through the protests, the right to protest that they're trying to flip over at the moment. He is going to be the reason it's flipped.
Yeah, but he's the only one who's standing though. Who else is there? He stands.
That's family, right?
There is Douglas Murray as well.
Yeah, Douglas Murray stands, but then Douglas Murray's out in Israel right now, isn't he?
Douglas Murray for fucking Prime Minister, by the way.
Yeah.
Love the guy. He's...
Yeah, but the thing is, he's out in Israel. He's out in Israel right now supporting the Israelis.
No, it's going out there.
Yeah, of course. I'm not against...
Right, I'll tell you what, right? Have you seen the videos, right?
Yeah, we've seen
them on fucking Telegram, right? Anybody can go and see them because the jihadis put them up.
Exactly.
They're fucking sickening, right? And they're now saying none of that happened. Bruv, I've seen it. It's bullshit.
I've seen it.
It's sickening. It's sickening, right? Listen, I'm not a supporter of Israel either, right? But at the same time, right, when you're fucking living your life, right?
Exactly.
People come in and attack on it, right? See, the army was a fair fucking target, right? We used to expect on Ireland, right? We're a fair target when we were in Northern Ireland. Fair target, we're military, right? They hit the military target first, they left there and they went in a kibbutz, right? That's the problem. They should have fucking hit the military bases, left out of that, kill the soldiers, that's fine. Live in war and all that shite, right? But as soon as you go after innocent people and you take a 9-month-old child as a fucking hostage, I'm sorry. You've got fucking no way to...
That's an animal. That is an animal. And also going to a music festival, and the music festival was a music festival of peace, and just shooting up anybody and kidnapping women and children.
See half of the people that lived on the south of the kibbutz, right? They actually supported the Palestinian people and the cause. That's why they lived that close.
And do you know what
happened? They got attacked.
Most of the people on the day of the 7th were killed by Israeli helicopters. Most of the people.
And do you know what?
But we're not going to make no change, guys, unless we change
the West. Right, I'll tell you what, right? Right, however we do it, that's why, right?
Yeah, little spot.
Right, they attack us. They attack your home soils, right? They come into your house early morning, attack your fucking woman, take your mum, your fucking kids. What the fuck are we going to say to our government?
Yeah.
What was your response going to be? Fucking kill them all.
Yeah.
Look at what we done in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? Unjust fucking war, totally, right? Me as a soldier had to go. Come on. I've come back, right? I come back, done recruiting and that, got called baby cars, fucking the rest of that, right? We ain't baby cars. We're there to help people. Shit happens in war. When bombs are dropping, people are getting hurt. And it wasn't just them. Our own people were getting hurt in the bomb drops. Because fucking America can't distinguish between British troops and fucking Taliban.
So what happened as well.
Take a chill pill, bro. You're getting very irate.
I understand you're angry, and we're all angry about it, but we've kind of got to get past the anger to get to action, because the anger is great fuel. The anger is great fuel. We use it as fuel, but we've got to think our way out of this, because they've got manoeuvres around us, and it's
Rob, I agree, right? It's just I'm passionate about this, right? Because these are
you are, bro.
These
are language.
The
algorithm is not going to
I may not
understand.
sound it, but I have been as angry as you are. You know what I mean?
But these are guys that I've known.
I understand where you're coming from, but the algorithm doesn't. The algorithm just reads basic words, and like where your passion's coming out, a lot of words are coming out that the algorithm's going to pick up
and what I don't understand is people say, "Oh, well, Tommy Robinson's funded by the Zionists." I don't see the problem with that. I don't see the problem with that because the thing is, in Northern Ireland, you had the groups over in Northern Ireland who were the Protestant side, and they was also funded by the Israelis. because the Israeli statement.
I'll check on that. I'm a Protestant.
The problem to me with that is that we're not a Jewish country. We're not a Muslim country. We are a Christian country. The problem with being funded by Jews or by Muslims or by anyone else is because we're not funded by for our own interests. If you agree that he's a funded scientist, you agree he's a puppet for someone else in another country.
Wait a minute here, right? I'm a proud Christian, right? I love God. I love Jesus Christ. He's my saviour, right?
Okay.
But when you've got people openly on your streets praying when we've built the mosques, right? Asking for jihad. Come on.
Exactly.
It's time to win. It's time to win.
The way it goes is your enemy's enemy is your friend, and that's why the Zionists are supporting it, because
in the winter cold, places like mosques.
just said that.
You cares a Christian country, you fucking mob. Get yourself a fuck, H.
Bro. Right,
Listen, I'm just saying, there's a current issue with snow is coming, right? We're going to get a cold spell. There's a lot of vets on the street, okay? Now I'm saying that mosques are probably warm places at least, and could they accept vets out of the cold? I mean, I know it's in their spirit. I know it's in the Islamic spirit to be charitable and such. And I'm just wondering, could that be utilised as something to keep the people warm?
Any of your guys, mate, they see them as people that killed their people when they were just doing their job.
I actually feel sorry for a lot of Muslims, and if every Muslim was to leave this country tomorrow, we would have no health system, and I know that everyone understands that in this room. We've become dependent on their discipline of education, and they excel at it, and we can't do without them at this point. That said and done, that's our fault. This is why there's so many Poles working in the country and stuff like that who are getting paid, because they've got work ethic. Because we haven't got it anymore. That's why we've got a school by ours, which is one of the only schools in the country.
But then
we've got to start investing in our young again. In this country, we've got to start investing in our young and bring them up.
Bruv,
that's not what happened trades.
What, I'd say the 90s, maybe even before that, the 80s in Scotland. There's no funding for kids in Scotland. They don't want us to be better, right? We are fucking enlisted with... Pardon my French, mon chéri. We are listed with gentrification, right? That's why I can go out my door, 2 minutes from my door, there's a shop selling me alcohol. 2 minutes further, there's a dealer selling me shit. Come on.
Yeah.
Gentrification.
And also, it hasn't been put on the news, but there was riots in Scotland a couple of days ago. Did you see that in Ayrshire?
Everywhere.
Yeah, in Ayrshire there was riots because there was a Bradford gang going around Ayrshire selling drugs to the community and young kids, and the people of Ayrshire didn't have it, and they burnt them all out, and they had to put in the riot squad, and there's not been one mention of it on the news at all.
There's not been a mention of as well. They had to mention the stuff going on in Dublin, and they did mention it. They touched on it briefly. But you tell me, when you've ever known a 5-year-old child stabbed, and we've not had... Just let me finish this point, please. We've not had one fucking update about that poor child who's left. We've not had... You try and Google it. You come back and tell me when the last time a mainstream media picked up on that child stabbed 9 days ago and told the public real news instead of propaganda.
There was an update on that. She's brain dead. There was an update on the news that she's meant to be brain dead, and the hospital's
When was that? Yesterday? Because I was looking yesterday morning, just couldn't even see a thing about it.
But I heard that Conor McGregor is gonna run for election in Ireland.
Conor McGregor's getting looked into, by the way, because he spoke out about what's happening.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Well, Conor
I'm
McGregor
desperate to do a Conor McGregor impression and go, you'll do nothing.
Yeah, but he's going to lead a march. He's going to but he's going to lead a march in Dublin soon against this immigration. Against this immigration.
Just against the corrupt government that's letting it slide like a...
Wait a minute, right? See, when you put the news on, right, and the Irish government condemns their own people for rioting because kids have been stabbed. Come on.
Exactly.
Did you guys see that?
What do people do? Stand fucking hold.
Did you guys see that top Irish copper calling them hate-filled right-wing thugs?
Yeah.
What a fucking arsehole he is. Oh, come on,
Guys, I'm going to cut. Thank you so much for having my little blonde right-wing arse on. Andy, I'll catch you up another time. Thank you to everyone who's listened.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
And you see it all over the news as well. They're all boo-hooing because this Geert Wilders won the election in the Netherlands. Well,
I say bring it to the UK, like.
But that's what's going to happen. That's going to happen all over Europe, yeah? The more you push these agendas on people, the more people's going to get fed up with it and vote in a party like this. It's inevitable.
See, the whole hang is, right, in the UK, we don't want a person like that in charge of us, but, I mean, right, Brexit, right, we all voted for Brexit. Well, some of us didn't, right? The whole point of Brexit was to close your borders.
Yeah.
From Brexit, look at how many have come in illegally.
We opened the barn door.
Come on. The government's got us by the...
No, they haven't. We outnumber them.
Who's actually standing up to them?
You've got to get this mindset out.
The government.
Okay, well, we outnumber them.
We're winning. We are more.
I tell you.
Right, we pay X amount to the crown, right? So we've got a monarch that sits in his castle. He could easily stop this right now.
Yeah.
Easily stop it.
He's part of the game. He's part of the game.
He's part of the World Economic Forum.
How is he gonna? How is the king gonna do anything?
He's part of the WF anyway.
Parliament and
but he's part of the World Economic Forum as well. He's just
exactly. He's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Right, I'll tell you what. Right, in Scotland, I know how I feel. Right, when I joined the army as a young boy, right. When I joined the army as a young man, right, I signed. I done an oath to the Queen and my country, right? My Queen and country. I am so glad I didn't do my oath to the King, because I don't think I could uphold that. He's telling us it.
Yeah, he is.
Won't make any difference.
You will own nothing and you will be happy, right?
Yeah, that's
this man has spoken.
I'm telling you something right now, right? See, in Scotland, we'd probably accept Princess Anne as our queen over him being our king. Because Princess Anne has always been Scottish. She loves the Scottish people. She's not got a problem with the Scots, so... Yeah.
Who's this Princess Anne?
How do you think about Princess Anne for monarch as Queen of Scotland,
Yeah, do you not think it's a bit... It's crazy. We're living in the 21st century. Yeah, you've got lords running about. You've got lords running about. That's ancient.
Lords that are.
Yeah, you've got the House of Lords.
Pedophiles and that.
Yeah, you've got the House of Lords. You've got kings. You've got kings and queens running about. We're living in the 21st century. Like, have we not learned anything over these years? There's no need for.
Apparently not. Apparently not.
Mate. It's just like circles. Yeah. It's like. Ken, what? We just need to get our shit together, like.
It's like David. It's like even David Cameron. He's now the foreign minister, but he sits in the House.
David Cameron, right?
Yeah,
he's seen the video about the Tory party when they done the deal with Russia.
That's a shuffle hustle.
but the thing is,
watch that. I can't remember that, right? It's on YouTube, right?
Yeah, you're right.
I suggest you go and watch that.
But here's the thing: they went against that girl, Suella Braverman, because she was talking about the immigrants and how it was wrong for the country. But David Cameron destroyed Libya, and he's part of the problem why we do have these immigrants coming over.
Destroyed Libya,
and nobody's mentioned a word about it. There's not even a bit of. There's nothing about it. There's nothing about it.
Ken, what is, bro? Right? It's like, see, when you get 10% rise in Muslim in your population, that's when they feel brave. Then they'll start challenging their society.
Oh, yeah, they will, yeah. They're pack mentality.
Right? So, what we need to do is reduce the 10%. It's pretty easy. Ken Sam, just have a look. How many are here illegal? Right? You're talking about a million that's here alone.
That is the thing with Islam, is they are one unit. Like, if you as a white...
All I know.
They're going to convert all the UK by 2025. You know, read that yet?
But like in Iraq, for example, I mean, they're not always cohesive, because in Iraq, for example, there's three kinds of Muslims. There's a Sunni Muslim, there's the Shia Muslim, and there's the Shiite.
Right, so see in Iraq, right? First point of view, right? It's the exact same how you've got like the crap up in Scotland between Catholic Protestant, right? That's how much they hate each other, right? So, sorry for a Muslim.
15 minutes, guys, and I'm wrapping this up. I've got to pick up my kids from school, so we've got 15 minutes. So make your point. Last question, really.
It's been an honour and a privilege being on your channel, mate.
Sorry, boss.
I'm saying it's been an honour and a privilege being on your channel.
I'll be back tomorrow, 9 o'clock. So,
you knew, mate. Like, I will be back.
So if anyone wants to thank me, it's really easy. All you got to do is after this live, just jump on my page quickly, go to that little YouTube link, hit that, and then subscribe to my YouTube channel. It would be a massive help, man. This will be actually up on the YouTube channel, so this is all being recorded. This whole discussion has been recorded, so you're up. You're part of the podcast team, the Real Brits, Real Talk team. So
nice
one, man.
All right, thank you guys, everyone that got involved today, man. Really, like everyone. You've been polite. You've been. You've had a point to make. You know, there's been no abuse. Some opinions may have clashed, but we've always come to the same point. That our governments are way out of control, and we need to find a better path for humanity, not just this country, but for humanity.
And take care, right?
On that note, guys, take care, everyone. Thank you, everyone that joined in today.